Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody, and what the hell did I do to my Zoom thing? Oh my God! What? Hold up! There we go. There he is. There's Johnny. I know what happened. Welcome to the show. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Johnny. We're back from Labor Day weekend. I did Hughesy's show. I did Hughesy's channel on Thursday, and I had to see myself for that one. So I had to change my view on Zoom, but now we're all fixed up. Now
you
we're
had to
good.
see yourself?
Well, I like to see myself when I'm on other shows.
Narcissist.
Well, I like to see how it looks and how like here I can see myself already. I have my own window. I have my own little spot. But when I can't see myself or see how the whole thing looks in its totality, how it's presented, I need to be... Look, I want to look at myself, okay?
All right.
I want to see how I look. If I look anything in that video like I did in that wedding, wet pussies all over the house, please. All right. Welcome, everybody.
I was going to say, you might want to take out that top button just a little bit.
I think you ought to turn up your mic just a little bit.
All right, fine, there.
Okay, that sounds good. Welcome to the show. Hope you all had a wonderful last official weekend of summer. Hope you guys had an incredible Labor Day. Hope you're back to work. Hope, in the streaming biz, Labor Day is one of the most welcome weekends in the world, is what I've learned in the last 3 years.
Why is that?
It's the end of summer. Apparently, in the streaming world, they say summer is no good. In the streaming world, in the internet world, because you got all these people are outside. You want it to snow and be cold and be icy, so they have nothing to do but sit on their phones and sit on their computers. Oddly enough, the thing that is best for what we do in our business is really what's worst for society. It is odd that for this whole thing to work the way it needs to, Western civilization has to engage in a weird balancing act of not totally collapsing, but definitely being on the descent, if you will. So it can't get better, because then nobody needs this. But it can't totally collapse into anarchy, because then
nobody can support this.
Exactly. So it's a weird waiting game of almost killing everybody and taking away all hope, but leaving just a little bit for people who shake offering plates on the internet while telling funny jokes. We have many great things to talk about today. Lots of news, lots of silliness. Do you remember Elisa Jordana, don't you?
She's that lady we had a small dance with where her audience got very, very trolly with us or whatever.
No,
Didn't Jake involve us into them?
What happened was Jake went to them. He found her. She was an IRL streamer. And Jake Hudson, who now messages me all the time asking me to go on his stream. He threw us, Jake threw us $5 over on, what was it, Venmo. Thank you. Thank you, Jake. But Jake is now Team Steel Toe again, of course. Why wouldn't he be? And he hates everyone else. But he hated us for a while there. and he went to Elisa Jordana's Discord, and he gave out our address on Elisa Jordana's Discord, which led to us getting swatted by psychotic IRL streaming fans. And I think Bob Levy also got swatted, and Chrissy Mayer got swatted. So all three of them got swatted by Elisa Jordana and her people. They caught the guy. He's going to jail, the whole deal. But Elisa Jordana, we were not big fans of Elisa Jordana, to say the least. Well, Pepperidge Farm remembers, and her fans remember, that we were not big fans of hers. So a bunch of former Elisa Jordana fans, or I guess people who can't stand her, whichever one, decided to send me a bunch of information about a producer of hers who recently got arrested.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. It's bad. We'll talk about it a little bit later today, but he is a manifesto-writing son of a bitch, and he thinks kids are just the bee's knees, put it that way. He is.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. He's a troubling figure. And Elisa Jordana, much like her association with most people in her life, she thought this guy was just aces.
Well, he seemed like such a good person. He said she was talented.
Right. That's perfect, Johnny. That's exactly what Elisa Jordana is. As long as you call her pretty, she thinks you're a knight in shining armor. As long as you feed into her delusion and tell her she's great, then you're the most amazing person in the world. She's ride or die. She'll defend you to the death, or until you're arrested for possible child molestation. In which case, I don't follow Elisa Jordana, so I don't know if she's still defending this guy or this is all a misunderstanding or what. But the information I'm getting, put it this way, this isn't like internet stuff. I've got an ABC 25 report on this dude.
So she must be out there reeling in the fame, getting on TV, being like, I had no idea it was such a victim.
Oh, she probably, yeah, I bet you she plays with her hair and then talks about how, it's amazing how all of these things are happening around me. And she's probably sick enough where she's like, I don't think his arrest would have been as much big of news and wouldn't have been reported as much if it wasn't for me. She is cancer, not a cancer. She is the physical embodiment of cancer. Either way, we're going to talk about it later. I'll get around to it. Matt Joe says, is your mic too loud, Aaron, or is my iPhone audio garbage?
Both could be true.
I'm looking. I'll tell you this much.
Sound good over here.
I'm looking at my levels. Everything looks exactly the same. I am notorious for once shit sounds and works right, never ever touching it again. So I can tell you this: it could be your phone. I have my settings exactly how they've always been. Terrified to touch them. Sandy Squatch says, I didn't realize Elisa Jordana was Jiminy Glick. No, that was Elisa Jordana is, oh my God, I'm so happy. This is all because of me. Whereas Jiminy Glick would be more of, no, Elisa Jordana, you've platformed child molesters. That's amazing. Do you think that that's maybe a bad thing, that they might molest children or something while they're working for you? Much different. Much different. Cynically Insane says Elisa is chummy with the Uncle Rico crowd now. Yeah, that makes sense. Red Fox Mad says Jake Hudson is a troublemaker. I would stay away from him. Jake loves me. What can I say? Jake loves me like a girl you get a restraining order against and just keeps loving you no matter how much you'd like them to stop loving you. They just will not.
Hates you for a while, then he just turns around. I wish I could quit you. I wish you could too.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Both of us agree. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says levels sound good. Aaron also absolutely seems like the type that tapes down his faders, so probably no change there. I mean, not quite, but I do have a visual remembrance of which line I stopped before when I turned them up. Thank you, Curly Adam with $20 says to beat co-host. What?
You're paying to beat me?
To beat you? To beat Johnny. Oh, my God. Hey, if you guys are a member, there is a new members only show up from yesterday. We did one last night. And becoming a member might be a little more advantageous in the future. We may start putting one of the evening shows up there every week. And then perhaps putting some special clips up there. I want to do more for the members because we've got a locals that's starting as soon as they give us the thumbs up on that. We've obviously got subscribers on Rumble. We've got, and now I want to throw some more stuff out there for the YouTube members, just a way to thank them for financially supporting this program. Thank you, Citizen M, for becoming, right on time, a steel toe bro. Good news, guys. A lot of generous people over the weekend just throwing steel toe money for no reason. $250.
Beautiful.
Yeah, $250 away from knocking it out today. So a smaller than usual goal. Let's go ahead and hammer it out. All right. If you want to throw in, there's the links in the chat: Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Steel Toe Media Inc., or of course Super Chats, memberships, or Rumble Rants. Thank you to the Mood for renewing his membership for a 13th month. Says no reason. Hey, no reason is a reason, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you to Epic Dance Party for renewing his membership for a 15th month. Appreciate that. Riding Dirty Llama says, so glad Aaron's mic is muted during the talk about Jake Hudson. Ain't got time to hear about that tripe. Oh, a tripe? That's an old school insult. Let's catch up with you guys, and then we will get started on a lot of the stuff we have, including Elon Musk versus the ADL. Oh my God. I was so excited to see this one over the weekend. Apparently, Elon Musk is talking about releasing the messages and the things the Anti Defamation League has sent Twitter to try and get accounts blocked and trying to get people sent. Oh, yeah. That boycott the ADL was trending over the weekend. ADL, by the way, like one of the biggest cancel culture organizations in the country. Like if you can get the ADL to back the fuck off, you can get a lot of these people to back off. I mean, they're one of the biggest purveyors of, I guess you could say, canceldom that we have.
Amazing that the ADL group is always looking for someone that they might be able to sue.
I don't know what you mean by that. ADL, aren't they just they're just an organization of people looking to.
Well, I'm just saying that as an organization that is against defamation and all that other stuff, it seems weird that they want to like line all these people up, and then once they do that, those people almost always suffer legal repercussions. It's just
really interesting. I hope that's not like biological or anything. Grinch Girl says this is why people should touch grass and not live on the internet. The internet is not real. It's not real, guys. It's the Matrix, as they say. Let's go to Roots Ghetto Maxer and really all of the. I believe Roots is one of the Aristococks. I love those guys. I actually thought about the Aristococks over the weekend. I'm on my way. I'm driving back from a wedding this weekend, and I was thinking about the audience members that I like the most. And I was like, you know what? The crossovers, like the people who came to this show from different places. And I went ROTC, Aristococks, Bubba people. Like those were my favorites. And I've just randomly thought of fucking Roots and Hobo and all those guys. And I realized, you know what? We should take a week off.
People's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. If I'm thinking about Roots and Hobo on my days off, I got to stop doing this for a little while. We got to take a week and just, recharge the batteries, I think, at that point.
Plug.
What?
Well, I just said unplug. You said take a week, and I just said unplug.
Oh, I thought you said look.
Oh, no.
It's been a long weekend. I need time to get my bearings back. That's all. Red Fox Mad Coach Prime looked good this weekend. Yeah, there was some good college football on, for sure. And Dion pulled a big upset with his Colorado boys. Yura says, I'm in Adelaide, Australia, and the tourism industry is taking a hit from this ban the ADL drive.
What?
Why? Oh, airport code ADL. Boycott the ADL. The Adelaide airport is taking a... Oh, man.
Oh, Jesus, we're dumb.
Sorry. Curly Adams sending in another 20 and a clarification, Johnny. He didn't say to beat the co-host. He said to the best co-host. I'm retarded. So he misspoke.
Then I forgive him because he's awesome.
Hobo Chili Recipe says an organization connected to the tribe of Israel who may or may not have Mossad agents. I don't know if that... Are you talking about the ADL? I have no idea. SC Motorsports says you were thinking about Cox, not Aristococks. See, now it just has to go gay, doesn't it? Has to be gay. Sean says, did Musk battle Zuckerberg yet, or was that just all hype? That does not look like it's happening. I think Zuckerberg said that he doesn't think Elon Musk is serious, so he's moving on to something else. And I guess now he's going to get a UFC deal.
Who, Elon Musk or
Zuckerberg? Yeah. Zuckerberg.
So Zuckerberg's serious about fighting somebody. He's determined to prove that he's got a pair.
He's itching to fight, yeah. And, robots would do well in the UFC. The no nerve endings and stuff like that. He may be impervious to pain.
I loved robots fighting as a kid, but battle bots and rock'em sock'em robots aren't the same as Zuckerberg versus a human.
Darb says, Aaron, let's see you host in that suit and cigar from the wedding. Yeah, look, man, those pictures were awesome. Those pictures were great. I will say I did look fantastic at that wedding this weekend. But I am starting to get a lot of DMs of people photoshopping a picture of me and the suit.
Do we have any of these DMs?
Some of them I can't show you.
Some of a Rumble Friday.
One of them, there's one that if I show you, we're going to Rumble not by choice this morning.
Oh,
I can't remember where they were.
So that one's private.
Yeah, I got them sent to me.
That one to me, that's all.
I think these were on notifications. Oh, now the Elisa Jordana people are sending me everything they've got on this guy. Guys, I've got the news story. I've got enough. I promise. I'm trying to find these pictures, and it's all just, you should see this about it. Like, there's a lot of people out there that hate Elisa Jordana's guts. And they just, as soon as you say, hey, guys, I want to know about this thing, it's just like, well, here it's like when you go, hey, I'd like to do the discovery thing in court, and they just bring you a hand truck full of those big cardboard boxes full of files, and you're like, I just wanted a couple of things. This is above and beyond. So
this doesn't go this far.
Patrick Pewterschmidt on Twitter, I like that guy. He made some photoshops, and I'm telling you, these are photoshops. Patrick Pewterschmidt made these. I did not dress up in my nice suit with an old-fashioned and a cigar at any of these events. This is allegedly me at the Kennedy assassination, which, if you look up my biography, I was not even alive for. I was not standing on the grassy knoll with a cigar and a drink and a suit watching JFK's head get blown off.
From this angle and just zoomed out that far, doesn't necessarily look like a cigar. Could be a fudgesicle.
Well, now Semper Reloaded wrote to me on Twitter and said, boy, I hope nobody photoshops a dick in there. I was like, well, countdown to when the dick pictures start coming out. Hopefully just none of them are black. That would be embarrassing. So doesn't this kind of look like, though, if you look at this Photoshop, and it's a Photoshop, does it not look like I'm Warden Norton with the cigarette and I'm looking up at Oswald?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah. It looks like I'm looking at Oswald going, take the shot. That is a pretty boss. That would be a boss move if I'm standing right on the grassy knoll. But here, I'm not saying that this is for sure a Photoshop. I'm sure there need to be investigations done. But usually when there's a picture like this, doesn't the subject have feet?
Yeah, that's the part I think is the sneakiest. But I mean, if you don't have feet, you can't leave any footprints, so they can't trace that you were really there. I mean, if you're being a real spook, that is spooky.
Excuse me?
A ghost, a CIA operative.
Oh, okay. Well, here, I can prove this one is photoshopped. Here. There we go. There, we can prove that is photoshopped because those were my feet. Now, this next one I can't show you. We'd be on Rumble. But it is me at a Rockwell White Power rally, and there's swastikas all over the place. Cannot show you that one. The third one is very, very funny. It's a Mad Men takeoff. It is Big Fatso Patrick Melton saying, I feel bad for you. And then Suit Cigar Drink Aaron with the Don Draper line, I don't think about you at all. And I think that one is the saddest and most accurate. That one right there. But thank you, Patrick Pewterschmidt, for making those. And, Johnny, I'm just going to say, I do believe that will probably be the last of any of the
I'm sure no one else will decide to Photoshop.
Nobody else is going to Photoshop anything else. David Chandler saying hi to us this morning. That David Chandler is a real troublemaker over in the streaming world. He was over fucking around with all the Hackverse, MLC, Zumach type people.
Mm-hmm.
And he's doing this thing now where, and I swear to God, like as nice and good of a guy as Chandler is, there is definitely a sadism streak in him because he's just been giving fat streamers $1,000 to do streams in a hot tub. Like it's basically humiliation porn. He's going, hey, I'll give you $1,000 if you, and by the way, I think it's only been to obese streamers. I don't think he's done it. It's definitely a humiliation ritual with Chandler. Like some people spend their money on charitable things. Some people spend their money on vacations. David Chandler's like, I want to humiliate obese retards on the internet.
Well, hold on. What?
Yeah.
Just because he enjoys seeing these people go through a somewhat difficult ordeal.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean there's anything ill intended on it. And in fact, I think all parties are pretty happy. You enjoy what you get to see.
Yeah.
And get the money. Like I don't really see it that, but like most times if you're getting paid for that kind of thing, like you've agreed to it, then I mean, really, who's the victim?
Excuse me. I forgot how to drink water.
Apparently you are. There we go.
I'm going to die.
Cigar and an old fashioned still standing. Glass of H2O. He's in the ground. How does this happen?
I was just going to say, it was a wedding weekend, so I think I forgot.
Was right. Water kills. Holy fuck.
Oh. I was, I haven't drank water in so long that I forgot how to take it. Neat. Oh, boy. So anyway, no, I don't think Chandler means any ill will.
No.
I don't think he means anything bad. I just think it's funny that there's a side order of humiliation with that money. I like that. I enjoy it. I think it's good. People are like, why is he? People got mad. I saw people getting mad at him on Twitter. They're like, Chandler's giving money to all these. So what? It's his fucking money. Let him do it.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
I love Chandler just being here. I'll tell you why Steel Toe didn't get $1,000. He's like, no, Steel Toe does a show. He ain't going in a hot tub for $1,000. I'll go in a hot tub. I'll go in a hot tub for free, for fun. But not, no.
A hot tub. So
yeah,
we got to up the price a lot.
I mean, I love David Chandler, and his fandom is enough for me. Also, the minute you take when you take 100 from Chandler here and there to knock out your goal, that's fine. That's all well and good. That's decent enough. When you take 1,000 from David Chandler, you are now a puppet. You belong to him, and you have to now do exactly what he says. So, oh boy, I liked it though. I liked it. Yes, that's Gray Idols. Not to say too much, but that's what I've agreed to. Curly Adam with $5 says we need Rumble Friday with Johnny. Well, good news, boys and girls. Johnny will be on Friday. Johnny will get. We're gonna do Johnny today and Johnny on Friday. I was sitting in the car again. A lot of time in the car this weekend. I was sitting in the car and I just thought to myself, you know what, Johnny, I thought about all the people who have done Rumble Friday. And I went, Johnny's never been able to do a Rumble Friday. So I said, well, why don't we give him Rumble Friday? We got Tuesday, we got April can do Wednesday, Thursday, and then Johnny on Friday.
So I'm reading what people will do in a hot tub. And I'm just,
the things they would do. K Fallon says, not true. I repeat, not true. That Photoshop costs $500 Canadian. Yeah, I need to get Frankie McDonald in here to let people know what photos are real and what photos are not. Don't worry, Aaron. We know that JFK was killed by the comedian from Watchmen. Okay, well, good. Then I'm off the hook. Citizen M says, make sure Fat Onion eats before the fight. Otherwise, he might just suck Aaron into his belly, fat bastard / Kirby style. George Floyd Rockwell, I love that name. Chandler did a Chad booty call. Thick men need love too. See, yeah, Chandler gets to cornhole you if he wants after that $1,000. Oof. Oh, boy. Just trying to catch up. Here. Somebody says Johnny's sitting there thinking what he would do for $1,000. Uh-oh, Johnny, are you doing a hot tub stream? Are you doing a Chandler hot tub stream?
I already explained that. If I'm doing a hot tub stream, I'm putting my life in jeopardy. I'm asking for way more than $1,000. I could pass out and sink into the water in the middle of the stream. It's technically, depending on the length of the stream, it's almost a dead pool, literally.
Yes, it could literally and figuratively become a dead pool. David Skywalker says that was a fake David Chandler, who just also happens to be a Cillionaire. Cillionaire. I like that. Cillionaire. It's good. Roots Ghetto Maxer says, I said this last night, but I don't know if you saw it. We laminated a picture of April and hung her up in the Division II showers in Cook County Jail. Piece of shit. Citizen M says, I uploaded a clip of Jake Hudson realizing Chandler super chatted Chad $1,000 to jump in a pool. He was not pleased. I have a video of Jake. I actually did clip. I found something on Reddit last night of Jake Hudson going on a rant that somebody sent to me. We're going to play that later today. Jake is, holy shit, is Jake getting spicy. You can always tell when Jake has, shall we say, started watching Steel Toe again. Because the promos he cuts get a lot spicier, but I don't think he realizes that when we do the things that he's saying, we're joking around. Mm-hmm. Like, we say things and we sound like, a parody, like we're doing a parody of like an alt-right thing, right? Jake thinks we're just crazy son of a bitch alt-righters. And he just goes, well, I'm going to be like my hero Steel Toe. And he starts yelling Jew and shit. And you're just like, Jake, calm. You want to see the Jake clip? Fuck it. You want to just see the Jake clip now?
There's a math to this, Hudson. You got to do it right.
Yeah. There's, here we go. It says Jake Hudson not happy with Shuley. So I guess Jake Hudson was big on like that whole hack verse and that whole thing for a while. And Johnny, I don't know if you know this, but Jake Hudson from time to time will fall out of favor with certain communities.
And when he does, he usually just, you go your way, I go mine. He's very peaceful about it.
Actually, it's funny you should say that. Apparently what he does is just blows up the bridge behind him and causes all kinds of untoward damage and then puts his retarded ass blue headphones back on and just keeps talking to people in stammered, broken English.
Is this one of the times, though, that he's being influenced by Steel Toe? Because I noticed the prominent forehead. That definitely seems like he's been watching your show.
He's ripping off my bit. Yep. Well, when you hear this rant, you might think so, too. Jake, when we make fun of people on this show, we're making fun of them. We're not doing it. Anyway, here's Jake talking to an orange. Again, this is why you don't join communities on the internet. Just listen to shows and enjoy them because the flow chart goes to you're talking to an orange at some point. Jake, go ahead.
Well,
fuck them.
All right.
Hold on. I gotta
okay. All right. Well,
fuck them.
All right.
They're using. You know what? We'll talk about it later. I'll get the hounds. I'll get the hound of justice on him.
Not the hounds of justice. Sierra Hotel India Echo Lima Delta Shield. Uh-oh. The hounds of hell.
There's the evil lawyer involved. Because you just got, you're fixing to get your fucking ass kicked, Shuley, you fucking Jew.
Jesus.
My God.
Jake, relax, buddy. Take it easy. You make jokes that insinuate the Judaism. You don't just yell fucking Jew at people. Good Lord, man. This is what I mean. I'm not one of these people who goes, oh, any listener's a good listener. There are some people who just shouldn't handle this program, and I feel like Jake's been watching a little too much Steel Toe.
I mean, obviously, he needs to think about this a little bit. You just leaned into it saying you're fixing to get your ass beat, and then you said it with the curse word.
That's a hate crime.
Yeah, that's kind of a lot more along the lines of like, you're saying you're going to do something, Jake. This is...
Jake, don't do that. If I could give some advice, Jake, don't do that. Save that for more comedic pursuits and not... Actually, you know who I'm going to blame for this? Maybe he's not watching a lot of Steel Toe. I saw that Mersh and his cats were in the chat. We're going to get to his super chat in just a second. I'm behind in the chat, but I think he's been watching too much ROTC and Nightwave is what it is.
I mean, Maybe.
I think that's what he's got too much Mersh in him.
Or Mersh's cats.
Sorry.
That's what I love. He goes, Shuli, you fucking Jew. And then he goes, sorry, I didn't.
I just realized I went too far. Did he take out a mouth guard?
Oh, listen to this. I just got to do. I paused it too much. I'm sorry.
Shuli, you fucking Jew. Sorry.
It's so innocent. It's just fucking Jew. Sorry.
I can't stand him. He's a god. Sorry.
You know, I think we could probably get rid of a lot of the crime in Chicago if we just moved all the back to Africa. Sorry. Like just that's new. That should be Jake's new bit. Just say the most offensive thing you can think of. Follow it up with a nice heartfelt a heartfelt sorry, and then move on.
That guy is a koofy little. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we could solve all the problems at the border if we just took all those backs and took them back to where they came from. Sorry. You don't really have to worry about terrorism on commercial airlines if we just pull aside all the brown-skinned Muslims and question them and search them body cavity first. Sorry.
Look, I feel like our country'd be a lot safer if we took all the out of the armor.
13% of the population is responsible for 15% of the violent crime. Sorry. He's like racist Forrest Gump.
Sorry.
It's all good. Good promo, Jake. Yes, if you guys have a couple bucks, give it to
Isn't that the most fucked up thing about that whole community over there is that Jake goes on this rant and this obnoxious John guy goes, all right, good promo, Jake. Good promo. No, that's not a good promo. You should be interrupting Jake and going, Jake, look. When like Steel Toe or Mersh or someone else goes on like a little rant and is funny about it, they're joking, they're fucking around, Jake. You don't really understand what you're saying. Like, I feel like I'm the only one, no matter how many communities he goes to, I feel like I'm the only one who gets Jake. And I need to teach these people.
Get him right now. He won't get out of your inbox.
Yeah, these people don't know how to talk to poor Jake. And they're just like, yeah, Jake, good promo. No, that's not it. Don't encourage Jake to keep talking that way. People like him don't control that well. It comes out at parties. It comes out at dinners. It comes out in real life. You got to stop him and be like, well, Jake, you don't say that.
He just hears people he just hears people talking in the background and just someone's like, oh, and how much money does he make? Wow, you sound like a...
Yeah, and you're like, no, Jake, you can't.
Oh, buddy.
Whoa. Bucks, give it to
he is a Jew. He is a Jew.
Well, I think there's something wrong with calling someone a Jew for some reason. I don't know why that is, but you're supposed to call them Jewish.
So obnoxious. John's problem with how Jake went about his business in that clip is that Jake didn't add ISH to the end of the... What the fuck?
The guy's racist.
Oh boy, look, Jake's done some horrible things to this show, but
it's beautiful to watch him do horrible things accidentally to other people.
It's just a part of Jake that I enjoy, I guess, and maybe I always will. The bad luck. Go ahead.
Well, means well.
Yeah. The Bad Luck Boys with $2. Friday co-hosts Kumia and Mersh. I would love to be the peacemaker between Kumia and Mersh. I would love that, but Anthony C doesn't know my name. He knows me as
have April do it.
Yeah, Steel Toe Joe. Have E-Rock do it, and that he knows me. Anthony just knows I do shows on his network. I don't think he knows April's name. He can recall that right from memory. Me, not so much. So, but I would love a Kumia and Mersh show. I would love a Gino and Kevin Brennan show. Next that Monday we have Gino on. I would love to have Kevin on the show and have those two talk things out, as it were.
And then we have Gino on MLC sometime, just, hanging out with Kev. It'd be great.
Citizen M, with a moment of self-awareness, says, what kind of autistic spurg would get this impassioned over podcast wars? Look in a mirror, Citizen M. I mean Citizen Jake. We could start calling him Citizen Jake. Mersh also writes, don't lay your retards at my feet. That's true. I am trying to pass the buck for Jake Hudson. I think it's when he left this show that he started to get more prejudiced and disgusting. I think it's the rest of the world's fault. Griddle Gorilla says, I like Steel Toe. All of these cheesy podcasters and hack comedians are uninteresting. Well, you got to do more than just talk about each other all the time. I mean, Jesus Christ, we got 20 or 30 stories we can go to today, and we will. We have a little fun at the top of the show, and then we move on from any silly shit.
And it's really easy to have fun and do silly shit when you know at any point you can bail out and go to something.
Right. We can just tap out of this, play the little Jake thing, and move on. I will admit, I'm excited about the Elisa Jordana thing a little bit later today.
We haven't touched base on her in a while. I kind of thought she was gone.
Thought, this one here is dead. Well, cross him off then. All right, guys, 2:35 away. Thank you very much for your generosity this morning. There's all the links if you want to support the stupid program that we do. We do appreciate it. Thanks a million. So, Elon Musk versus the AD. Oh, no, you know what? First, rest in peace. We talked about it on the members-only show, so I didn't feel the need to go over it too much here. Jimmy Buffett, Steve Hartwell, and Gary Wright. All three of them.
The weekend?
Over the weekend, we lost all three of them. Buffett first, then Hartwell yesterday morning, and then I think Gary Wright yesterday afternoon. Dreamweaver Gary Wright. So two one-hit wonders and a drunken beach singer. We lost them all. And at least two of them died exactly how you'd think they would. Jimmy Buffett, rare skin cancer. Steve Hartwell, liver disease. Gary Wright, no idea. I don't know.
See, I could have saw Jimmy Buffett with liver disease too.
Yeah, I guess liver disease, but like all that time out in the sun and shit.
Yeah,
I
mean, the skin cancer thing also totally fits. I'm not saying we can't do that. I'm just saying it just The Plus, Hartwell one, that makes sense too. But I mean, when you had like literally one good album and that's it,
he was a mess, though, man. I mean, remember a couple of years ago, we were playing clips of him at like some state fair or county fair, and he couldn't even sing the words to his own song, and he's fallen down on stage. Like, he was in really bad shape. Really bad. Thank you very much to Red Fox Mad with $9.99. Says, did you see the video of Jake putting his finger up his ass and smelling his finger? No, but it looks like he was doing very well since he left Steel Toe. It looks like he's doing just fucking great. Dub says, was he the guy who crushed puppies in the film of Mice and Men? I'm sorry, I'm behind in the Rumble chat. I'm just trying to check in with the Rumble people. Will you cover the Nazis that showed up in Florida and Disney over the weekend? Yeah, we will. There was a group of Nazis protesting in Florida this weekend, and they totally didn't look like feds.
So it's just another one of those, like the feds wanted to go hang out at Disneyland. And
the guy had like a big blinging swastika necklace medallion. Like it looked like. Remember the medallion that Ace Ventura wanted in the second Ace Ventura movie?
Yeah. Medallion of oneness or whatever.
The medallion of the oneness medallion. It looked like he had one of those in the shape of a swastika hanging from his chest. And I swear, they swear these were real Nazis protesting in Florida, not in any way federal agents.
Yo, I'm here to represent white power, B. Like, wait a minute, what? That's weird.
Right. Yo, I want to represent white power. Nah, I don't think that's wrong protest. Patrick Michaels says, you got to be shadow banned. I'm subbed and it's buried. I got to search to find it. Yeah, I'm sure the strikes we've had and stuff like that and the kind of things we talk about, I'm sure YouTube doesn't want to really promote the kind of show we do, so I understand that. But YouTube and Rumble, hit subscribe, hit like, and you'll see us. You'll find us. Oh, man. Magic 8-Ball says, who said it last night? Patrick was devastated when he heard a buffet died. It was spelling, and calm down. That blood pressure can't go up much higher, for Christ's sake. All right, let's go on to this Elon Musk ADL thing. This is very interesting to me. So when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he said he was bound and determined to make it a free speech platform again.
Oh, I have something about that we could talk about later, too.
Not blocking people, not banning people. Although I have seen And if Mersh is still here, he can shed some light on it or call if he still has the number from when he called before. I saw that Mersh's Twitter was suspended. And I have no idea why. But now this ADL thing, it kind of makes sense. But I saw a few people that I follow had been suspended recently, and it didn't make any sense to me because Elon Twitter was supposed to be no account suspension Twitter.
Well, they have a thing in their terms of service or whatever that says by using their platform, they can take pictures and content you post and modify them and use them with AI, and you forfeit the right to protest, complain, or whatever.
Really?
So, yeah, that's the thing that I was talking about. It's something that came out recently. I had a Facebook thing that I saw about it that someone sent me. And they were like, you got to be careful, man. Your stuff could be in danger. I'm like, I don't really use Twitter, and I don't like, he's going to take a tweet where I call someone stupid and he's going to use it for AI. Cool. I'm not really worried about my creative license being stolen.
Right.
But yeah, there's a thing in the terms of service where your posts, pictures, and whatever are fair game for AI. And I think if I remember what I was reading about it correctly, it even says it can modify your content.
Oh, wow. Okay. Because, yeah, like I said, I've been seeing people, getting suspended. Like, there's 3 accounts I looked at. I was like, what have they been tweeting? I haven't seen anything lately. Accounts suspended. And I'm just like, I thought Elon Twitter was the no suspension Twitter. And look, I'm not naive. I'm not stupid. When he bought it and he said he was going to do all these things, I knew he wasn't going to be able to.
I knew there was at least a grain of salt in there somewhere.
Well, there was going to be pressure, and now we get this ADL stuff that we'll talk about here in a second. And then there was the CEO that he picked for the company, and she doesn't exactly have the best credentials on free speech and, not canceling people. So I guess it disappoints me, but it doesn't surprise me that it's happening. Because I did hope that Elon Musk would be a man of his word, but I also knew that, there are no heroes anymore. And that if you're going to do that hero worship shit on the internet, just prepare for a life rife with disappointment. And Elon Musk is no different. Bad Luck Boys says it was because of Tim Pool and Cassandra Fairbanks. Wow. Jesus. Now you're pissing off Tim Pool. What'd you do? Try to remove his hat? Boy, and I've never seen a guy more upset than that video when that guy took Tim Pool's hat off. And then after that, like, Tim Pool lectured him about how people are trying to kill him. He equated ripping off his beanie with now you're trying to get me killed.
So did he get both hats or just the beanie? Did he get the one under the beanie or just the beanie?
Yeah, it's a Russian doll situation with
with
Tim Pool's headwear.
It's really weird how hard he covets wearing that hat.
You're bald. Who gives a shit? You're bald. I mean, it's part of the... I don't like all these political commentators who think they're like, they buy their own... I think you're starting to believe your own bullshit, Hogan. They start to believe their own bullshit like they matter, or like there's some kind of new age philosophers and they have to be taken seriously and all this shit. It's like, no, you're fucking bald. Make a couple jokes about it. Do your show. Wearing a beanie inside, especially in the summertime, makes you look stupid. And then someone takes it off in public, and instead of you just being able to own your insecurity and go, hey, man, I'm bald as shit. I don't like people seeing my ugly cue bald head, so could you please not take my hat off? He turns it into, people are here and they want to murder me. And blah, blah, blah. Let me just put this message out there right now. If you're someone who wants to murder Tim Pool, find something to do with your life. Let's say that this is your life's mission, because I assume if you want to kill somebody, it takes up a pretty good chunk of your time, right?
Yeah.
It would take up
about it constantly.
It would take a big chunk of your time. If your life's blood is committed to killing Tim Pool, find something else you can do that actually makes a difference. Plant a garden, perhaps, would be one of those things. Take up golf. That's another one you can do. It can be frustrating. I would say, what else? Learn how to play cribbage. That's relaxing. Because, honest to God, even if... Oh, I can't do potential spam. There we go. I've been getting a lot of potential spam calls, by the way. Just a shitload of them. Sorry, I'm just waiting.
Based on my mood. If I'm in a good mood and I feel like effing with somebody, I'll take it and see where it goes.
So, Tim Pool, you want, oh man, I want to, could you imagine if you were someone who wanted to kill Tim Pool? All of these hobbies I mentioned a moment ago, far more productive than wanting Tim Pool dead. Because let's say the God grants your wish and you get what you want. Nothing changes. You've wasted your time. But I wish...
You're surprisingly going to find someone else to hate as much as Tim Pool.
Right, exactly. And it's probably going to be Crowder. Let's be very honest. Cynically Insane says, does Aaron realize he put his phone number in the chat? That's not my personal phone number. That's the show hotline that I was putting in there for merch because I wanted to hear about this. Cassandra Fairbanks, Tim Pool thing. TFN Network, love you, buddy, but I'm going to have to cut you loose for a little bit. Just for this stream, not forever. You're doing a lot of juice-burging in the Rumble chat, and I think it keeps people from talking, so I'm just going to relax you a little bit. It's just, I mean, every time I go look to find people in the Rumble chat, there's like some of ours, but then like 6 of you in a row, and it's all Jews. We got it. We're good. We got it. You're not a fan. Los Federales with $2 says, bet you that beanie smells like a warm turtle tank. All right, let's check this out.
Call from. To accept, press 1.
All right. Hello there.
Hello.
I mean, I answered. Nobody was there.
Hello? I heard a hello and then nothing.
No, that was me saying hello.
Oh.
Warden Gordon says, I've never made it through a single Tim Pool video. He is more boring than watching cat shit dry. Shouldn't be watching that either. It's an odd hobby. So the Elon Musk free speech absolutist project I can't take this call again. All right, I got to put the phone away here because the same potential spam keeps calling over and over and they're not talking when I answer them. So anyway, Elon Musk and his free speech experiment seems to be hitting a snag as he appoints CEOs and he starts suspending people again. And it doesn't, like any big company, it stops being yours after a while. Yep. You need so many people to help run the machine that what are you supposed to do? Elon Musk's credentials as a free speech absolutist came into question over the weekend after the ex-owner elevated an anti-Semitic campaign to ban the Anti Defamation League from his social media site. It is funny that they go right to that. If you're an organization that happens to be Jewish, any criticism of it is immediately anti-Semitic. I've always hated that. I've always thought that was a dirty, underhanded trick. There is plenty to criticize the Anti Defamation League about without it being a Jew thing, quote unquote. The ADL has tried to get people banned, deplatformed, canceled, fired. I mean, They've definitely done enough.
They succeeded a lot of times.
Yeah, they've definitely done enough to make a bunch of enemies. And when you do things that make you a bunch of enemies, you get criticized. And I just find it to be a really dirty trick that when you get criticized, you jump right to, oh, well, it's probably because I'm Jewish. It's not because I'm Jewish. It's not because you're Jewish. It's because you keep fucking with people. you fuck with people, you fuck with people, you fuck with people. And then someone goes, God damn it, would you stop fucking with me? You go, oh, do you make it a habit to yell at Jewish people? It's like, what? No, you're trying to get me fired. Perhaps
like Meghan Merkel. It's not that you're black, it's that you're a cunt.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the old South Park thing on Harry and Meghan. Yeah, you're doing things that make you remarkably unlikable. I mean, the arrogance to believe that the only reason people hate you is because of your heritage, if you will. Look, a lot of people hate me. You know why? I'm a big loudmouth motherfucker. Loudmouth, wow. I'm a big loudmouth motherfucker, and some people just do not like it.
Oh, you're going to say kraut mouth.
And a kraut mouth. I'm both of those things. But like, okay, there's like, I don't go, oh, it's because I'm of German descendancy. No, that has nothing to do with it. Oh, it's because I was raised Catholic. No, I talk a lot of shit.
Because he's balding and not hiding it behind a hat. Ooh, look who's better than everybody.
Actually, I was going to wear a beanie tonight for the evening show.
Oh.
Just to test it. Yeah, just to test it out. I hear you make more money when you do that. So Elon Musk, somebody brought up banning the Anti Defamation League from Twitter. And he said, quote, "Perhaps we should run a poll on this," Musk tweeted on Saturday, responding to a notorious extremist pundit who noted that Ban the ADL was trending on the site formerly known as Twitter. The Tesla CEO made the eyebrow-raising tweet after he also liked a post from hard-right YouTube influencer Keith Woods, who said the ADL is financially blackmailing social media companies into removing free speech on their platform. Okay, see now, they call these people hard right. They say notoriously extremist pundit. And then that's supposed to totally negate any argument they make. Like the minute you tell them, the minute you say hard right, or the minute you say notoriously extremist, what you're trying to do is say what they're about to say is total bullshit no matter what their point is.
Regardless of how reasonable it sounds.
Right. So they found out that the ADL is threatening people's advertisers, threatening people's sponsors. If they, and it's not to pull offensive speech. They're not going, hey, we're trying to make Twitter a nicer place and we're trying to get rid of offensive speech. And if you don't join us in this, we'll, boycott you. We'll tell people not to use your products, so on and so forth. We'll run a financial blackmailing campaign against you. It's not that. It's not a righteous clean up the internet thing. It's a get rid of stuff we don't like kind of thing, because it's always very one-sided politically. So this guy points out that they're financially blackmailing Twitter. And the ADL responds with, well, why is there so much anti-Semitism? It's like, wait a minute, but you're doing the thing. They have documents now of the ADL, and they have video. They have a surveillance video or secret recording video of the ADL talking about how they financially blackmail these companies. And then people point it out and they're like, look, they're trying to cancel people. And the ADL goes, well, this is just anti-Semitism.
This is just like I said. I was talking to somebody the other day about how so many things now people do to draw attention to it. Like what was it? The fires in Italy or Greece or wherever. It's like, oh, this is global warming. No. There's 126 people arrested for setting that stuff. And then the stuff where you get some racist thing or some anti-Semitic thing in a school, and then you go back and it's always the person who should be the victim is the person who did it. Oh, well, I did it so we could draw attention to this issue. And it's like, no, you are the issue.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Hey, we got to get rid of the ADL. It's trying to blackmail people and cancel people. And like, wow, it's a lot of anti-Semitism, guys. You guys are really playing the cancel culture game on us Jews. What? No, we're calling you out for it. By the way, Mersh says that he called in 5 times. We answered. All right, let's do this one more time. We're going to get this.
Call from.
See, it's not working.
To accept, press 1. To send a...
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Caller, go ahead. You're on the air. See? I don't know what... Caller, you're on the air. Sorry. You have to stop calling now because it's, for some reason, you're not talking to us. We're trying. Mersh is like, I called in 5 times. And I'm like, yes, and we've answered 2 of them.
And they went nowhere, sir.
And you've said nothing. Oh, boy. Well, at any rate, thank you, Bad Luck Boys. Appreciate the attempt, but for some reason, it's not working. So Elon then says, hey, maybe I should ask the people of Twitter if we should get rid of it. I'm going to try one more time, and then I'm chucking this fucking phone across the room.
Call
or just
from.
plot down.
Aaron is a faggot.
All right.
That sounds like you. Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello, hi.
What's going on? But it sounds like it sounds like you had some problems there.
Yeah, no, it was an output issue. Well, you know what? Shut up. I've called you 5 times, asshole.
And I answered 3 of them.
No, you didn't.
I did. And on one of them, you didn't say anything. Or on 2 of them, you didn't say anything.
Well, you're stupid.
You know, this is maybe, do you ever think that maybe this is why you lost your Twitter?
No, I lost my Twitter because I posted a picture of Cassandra Fairbanks back when she used to do BDSM porn. There was nothing untoward in the photo. It was just her with her mouth taped, and then she had a gun to her head in her own porno. And I tagged Tim Cast and said, book me on Tim Cast or else. And they got me on threats of actual violence, I guess.
Oh, that's a good, you know what? I know you got suspended for it, and that kind of sucks, but that's a good fucking tweet.
Yeah.
You used your own picture, and that's all it took. They just mass reported you, and there you
Boom,
go.
Done. Out. We're gone. We're done.
Yeah.
Threats of violence. I'm killing everybody.
So I assume this whole Twitter ADL thing, that your take on it would be that the ADL is being bullied and you're against this sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, no, those kikes are out of control. We got to get rid of those guys.
He didn't say that. He wants everyone on Rumble.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
They got to be stopped.
No, that's not.
Because,
this is Jake Hudson, ladies and gentlemen. It's Jake Hudson on the line, and he doesn't know how to control
the problem.
You know what? That's my fault.
They control the banks and the media and
my bank account have nothing to do with
industrial complex and the legal system. It really gets this bad.
See, it's my fault for asking. That's what it is. I should have known better.
They also trick the blacks into thinking well, these Jews are cool, and then they start acting like them but more violent.
First of all,
control.
I hear
hip hop and the music industry. It's terrible.
I hear that Nick Cannon.
Oh, you're still on YouTube. I'm so sorry. No, I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry, Kites. I'm so sorry, Jews. I was kidding. I forgot. I'm still on. I'm on Rumble, and he's.
Yes. You and the lovely Royce Lopez are both on Rumble doing Revenge of the Sis.
I'm so sorry, Kikes. I'm so sorry.
There's no reason you don't need to apologize to them anymore. I got a call from them. They said it's fine. They said we're good. You don't need to say sorry to those people.
Hey, did you know that Anthony Cumia once tried to groom a chick that he thought was 14 years old? Her name was Self Cutting Girl.
Did you know that I haven't been asked to do a compound show for 2 months, and I have a feeling that these super chats may have something to do with it?
Good. You don't want to be around all those child molesters.
No, it's not. I don't believe that he's a child. Oh, there he goes. I like playing the straight man Demersha's guy holding sticks of dynamite inside of a bank. By the way, I disavow everything that man said. He was a crazy drunk person. You know what? He's probably from Ybor City. And that's probably where all that shit comes from. You ready to make this show members only after it's done?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Disavow. What can I say? I like the guy. I give him perhaps more leeway than I would other people. On Rumble, they're saying great broadcasting. Ron Dath says truth and humor equals a good morning. Now, see, wait a minute. When you go to the YouTube chat, it's people saying, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. You go to the Rumble chat and it's people going, fucking spot on, dude. That's exactly him. Okay, Sage says, I needed a belly laugh. Thank you, bad luck, boys. Yes, of course. So we went down that road this morning.
Yeah, the worst part is when this gets done, they're going to take off the dynamite and be like, oh, these are just road flares.
He really is. He really is Tommy Boy.
Yep.
So anyway, Musk replied to the tweet from the hard right-winger guy who was criticizing the ADL, because you can't criticize the ADL without being an extremist or a right-winger.
Right. Only people who criticize the ADL are those racist right-wing extremists.
That's really where they're going. The box they're going to put themselves in is they're just going to rhetorically put everyone else in the right. And then they're going to wonder, why are we outnumbered? And you're like, because you forced everybody to be called right. Everybody who disagreed with you, no matter how extreme you got, you said, well, you're in the right. You're in the right. And those people will go, well, I never thought of myself that way, but if you keep telling me I am, then I guess I am. And so now you've got this Keith Woods guy. He says that the ADL is financially blackmailing social media companies into removing free speech. Musk then confirms and says the ADL has tried very hard to strangle X/Twitter. He said, I'm very pro-free. Then clarified and said, to be super clear, I'm pro-free speech, but against anti-Semitism of any kind, Musk said. But again, I don't really think any of that was anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I don't think it was either, but I mean, that's almost what he's saying, but he's not saying it straight out because he's been supporting this stuff against the ADL, but he's also saying I'm against anti-Semitism of any kind. Well, they're saying it's anti-Semitic, so I feel like really what you need to be is like I'm pro free speech, and this is not anti-Semitism. I'm against anti-Semitism of any kind. Be a better statement.
I mean, you can't. So you can at the same time, you can't simultaneously call out the ADL for their cancel culture tactics, but then try to kowtow to them. Like, you can't do that. You have to just come out and say, none of this is anti-Semitic. We're just pointing out that you guys try to cancel people and you guys try to get people taken down. You admit this yourselves. But when we point it out, then all of a sudden it's anti-Semitism, and I'm sorry, but that's bullshit. And I don't, and especially groups like the ADL, who they're not trying to make social media safer, better, less hateful places for everyone. They're trying to make it a safer, better, less hateful place for them and what they want to do.
Right.
They want less resistance to what their idea of a perfect world is, and they're trying to financially boycott people in order to make that happen or go after advertisers. And look, man, I don't care what kind of fucking hat you wear. I'm against that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be for it because we pray to the same person, and I'm not going to be against it because we pray to different people. I'm going to be against it because financially blackmailing people into doing what you want is sadistic and wrong. But unless you have an Elon Musk who goes, you're right. What he should have done is gone, none of this is anti-Semitic. We're just pointing out what you've done to people.
Right.
That's it.
None of this is anti-Semitic, and then just leak tweets and messages where they're like, get rid of this person, cancel this person, whatever. None of this is anti-Semitic. These are facts.
Right.
You guys are doing this.
Skeezy says, hey, these guys are acting like blackmailing dicks. That's anti-Semitism. Yeah, it's not. So here we have the ADL. We have a clip of the ADL. This came out this weekend of two women from the ADL exposed in an undercover video talking about how they get people banned from social media. And again, not anti-Semitism, not anti-anybody. Anti these two fat ladies who love a good chip and salsa appetizer, obviously.
Well, the portions are too good.
The prices are very reasonable. All right, let's check out the ADL undercover video of, the sickest thing to me, I just wish the people who tried to get people canceled and financially blackmailed people, I wish they would at least
just admit they...
Right, just admit they're evil, and they're like, no, fuck it. We don't want people having different opinions than us. We certainly don't want people who are critical of the things we do having a platform, so fuck them. We want to get rid of them. Instead, they act like they're doing all of us a favor. They act like they're some kind of heroes, and you're like, no, I don't... Even people I think are shitty and that I disagree with, I don't want, I wouldn't celebrate them getting removed because their politics were wrong. I think that's insane.
Look, they're just really nervous because the last time that people were really, really critical of them, some bad stuff happened, and they were so close to finally controlling at least one country.
Jesus. All right, let's go to the ADL exposed undercover video. Here it is.
How are you guys?
Good.
Staying cool?
Trying to.
Oh my God. So I am the director of development.
Oh.
Yeah, and I'm the community manager for Arizona.
Gotcha.
So, right, you kick people off of some of these platforms like Twitter or Facebook, and then they go to different platforms.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of this balance of keeping some of these spaces safe, but also not having them go into this dark place where you're just with like-minded people.
Right, but that's kind of been our argument for years against the thing that you do. That hey, look, you can get all these people canceled and kicked off certain platforms, but they're just going to start platforms where they all go talk like this.
And then they congregate and feed each other this hatred that you're so worried about.
Right. And now you're sitting here going, well, I know we don't listen to those people because they're extremists. But we've just come to the realization that they warned us about 10, 15, 20 years ago. We just came to it last week. So, oh my God, these chips and salsa, they're so good. So we're going to try and figure out. So instead of them going, we were wrong, we should just let these people talk and then leave them open to criticism on these platforms. They then go, oh no, apparently the lesson we've learned is we have to do a balancing act where we still lop motherfuckers' heads off for wrong speech and wrong think, But we also have to make sure they don't go to a place. So even after you cut their head off, you don't want them to go to the wrong heaven or hell. So
you want to make sure you keep track of them after you decapitate them?
Right. We want to cut their head off socially, but we want to make sure the afterlife they go to isn't one we don't like. Again, I don't see how any of this criticism of the ADL is a Jewish thing.
What do you odds are they're cruising for dick? I'm guessing pink is 110 in.
I mean, God bless. I hope so. But
just if I tell him how I get people banned and canceled, he'll realize I'm a bad alpha bitch, and he'll want to freaking. Yeah.
And so it's this really interesting balance that we kind of continue to have about like making sure they don't go down this like rabbit hole, but also they're not spewing hate and disinformation.
By the way, disinformation means anything they don't want said. Again, imagine, I just imagine the upbringing, like how you become someone who's this obsessed with what everyone else does and this obsessed with controlling what everyone else does. And they're not doing exactly, their standards are what I want. Their standards aren't like, here's what's right, here's what's wrong. Their standards are, this is what I'd like. And anyone who does the thing that I don't like or that I don't want to happen, we got to get rid of them. Well, why? What's the moral purpose for getting rid of them? I don't like it. Well, yeah, but it's not a reason.
That's just a problem for you.
Right. It's Bradley Cooper in War Dogs or whatever. Learn the difference between we have a problem and you have a problem. And then if you call this out and you criticize it, oh, well, that's kind of anti-Semitic, isn't it? No, I didn't even know you were Jewish.
Be out in the open, because the more they're talking out in the open, the more you can stop incidents from happening.
Like, we're not going to ban them, we're just probably not going to engage with them to the same degree.
Well, one of the things we say is everyone should have freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, that's not Orwellian at all. Thanks. Hey, look, we made up a fun rhyme to excuse our treachery.
You can say whatever you want just so long as nobody can hear you because you're in a solitary cell with a cardboard box over your head for going against the group.
Look, we're not saying you can't say whatever you want. We're just saying if we don't like the things you say, we're going to put you in a rubber room by yourself where the only body that'll hear you is your own ears as you hear it bouncing off the padded walls and echoing back into your head. We're for freedom of speech, just not freedom of reach. You can say whatever you want. We just don't want anybody to hear it. I don't know if you know this or not, Johnny, but within the First Amendment of the Constitution is freedom of, look at that, the press.
Oh.
See, you not only do have freedom of speech in this country, but ladies, bad news, you also have freedom of reach.
It's kind of a thing we're allowed.
Free press. And could you not argue social media is media that is the press? Therefore, everybody's social media posts should be protected under the First Amendment. It's all media.
And so I always think that makes so much sense, right? Like, you can say whatever you want, but once you start having the reach of a social media platform that you're impacting with other people, that's when it becomes the issue.
So again, we're fine with free speech as long as nobody can hear the stuff we don't like. and they say it without breaking stride.
You know what? When they say this stuff and act this way, to me, it seems like these people seem like they might be, I don't know, a little dangerous in their ideals. I don't think they shouldn't say what they're saying. I just think they should, when they have the thing like a reach of a social media platform, that becomes, so we should maybe just make sure they don't have by their own rules, they don't have a social media platform so they can't,
right,
spread too much of this rhetoric.
Greasy N-word with $2 over on Rumble says, man, the ADL is called the Anti Disinfectors League where I'm from. They tried to get my great janitor uncle hanged. Thank you, Greasy. Appreciate it. Boys and girls, we are 2:30 away from this morning's goal. Thank you very, very much. If you'd like to contribute to the program, there's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, and the Venmo. Thank you very, very much in advance. Hey, I got an idea. How about under 200 by the top of the next hour? It's 7 after. Got 53 minutes. Let's knock that thing down. Go on a rally. Let's hammer it out today. The members only people yesterday got you down to about 270 or so. Just knock out the rest. Coltrane says their new thing on free press is only people with a degree in journalism or media degrees. Oh, yeah. They've always got, qualifiers on their free speech as to, you have to be qualified. You have to have a degree. Well, remember during COVID, if you had an opinion about COVID, where's your medical degree? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't know I had to have a medical degree to look at things with my eyeballs and notice stuff.
Does that mean we all get medical degrees now when the actual facts come out proving people who were called, nuts or whatever, right? And then the medical people turned out to be either wrong or flat out lying?
Yeah, what about all the COVID stuff that all the crazy conspiracy theorists ended up being right about? So that's a good point. We should get them a medical degree.
Right.
Even if it's like a Cosby doctorate, that would be all right.
Well, just take this pill and don't wonder why your pants are loose.
Exactly. Everybody hit like on Rumble. Everybody hit like on YouTube. We appreciate it. It helps the algorithm. Hit subscribe while you're doing it. Throw in a couple of bucks. We do appreciate you supporting our program. Okay, so we go from Elon Musk talking about how, the ADL's really fucked us over monetarily and they've gone after a lot of our advertisers. Maybe we should boycott them. We go from that and Elon Musk then saying, well, no, what I meant was, I like free speech, but, anti-Semitism is bad. Nobody was talking about anti-Semitism. They said that to distract you from criticizing them. And you bit. Well, our next topic has to do with Dr. Fauci on live television getting called out for masks not working. And this might surprise the hell out of a lot of you. The media company doing the calling out of Dr. Fauci about masks was CNN.
What?
Yeah, CNN had Dr. Fauci on. Michael Smirkanish was on. He was interviewing Dr. Fauci. He asked him about a study that showed masks were kind of bullshit. And I think Dr. Fauci, when he goes on CNN now, I think he just kind of has this understanding in his head where he's like, they're not going to bust my balls.
Yeah, I kind of assumed their tongue was already firmly planted in his rosebud.
Yeah, they're not going to fuck with me at all. They're not going to ask me anything that's difficult or anything. I'll just be able to go on there, do my little song and dance, and then go home. It didn't work out that way with Michael Smirkanish. Now, look, I'm not saying that Michael Smirkanish went like old school Bill O'Reilly on him and grilled the shit out of him. But when you've been wrong and arrogant as much as Dr. Fauci has, you can just read a fact, read a study, read somebody's opinion, and it can look like you're really hitting Dr. Fauci hard because he's been such a prick on the other side. So Michael Smirkanish, again, not trying to lay hands on Dr. Fauci or anything, but kind of catching him up regardless. And it was nice to see CNN hold his feet to the fire a little bit. Here we go.
Brett Stevens in the Times talked about cock ring. Put that on the screen.
Cock rings? Guys, you guys got me the wrong clip. I wanted the one where they talked to him about masks.
I love them, but they tend to be too small. And then I've got like this strangulation thing. I'm always worried I'm going to have to get that thing that they do for priapism where they get a needle and stab your dick.
We've found that the one where you take the cock ring and you put the vibrating battery pack on it does increase a woman's pleasure. This is something we've known for a long time, Michael, and I'm glad you've brought me on to talk about this very important topic of cock rings. I appreciate it.
Me and my wife use them constantly.
But we wear a mask when we fuck.
The Times talked about Cochrane. Put that on the screen. The most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies conducted on the efficacy of masks for reducing the spread of respiratory illness, including COVID-19, was published last month. Its conclusions, said Tom Jefferson, the Oxford epidemiologist who is the lead author, were unambiguous. There is just no evidence that masks, make any difference. He told the journalist Mayan Demasi, full stop.
All right, so that's some hack at this, some epidemiologist, which is the study of, viruses, it turns out. Okay, but he went to some hack outfit called Oxford, which is, as I look it up here, one of the most prestigious schools in the world. Okay, so this guy might know what he's talking about.
I mean, he is one of the founding fathers.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God, it is Tom Jefferson. I didn't know he was going by his casual first name nowadays.
I mean, if you keep like, hey, I'm Thomas Jefferson, I'm like the Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, I'm the guy. Like that, people are gonna have questions. You know, you gotta keep it low key, especially if you're trying to draw attention to the message and not your name.
You know, if Tom Jefferson did the song American Badass, instead of Kid Rock. Instead of I'm going to fuck some hoes after I rock this place, it would be I'm going to fuck some slaves after I rock this place. He would just change the words up a little bit, but he could still do the song. So this is the most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies on the efficacy of masks. This is the granddaddy, the be-all, end-all. Thomas Jefferson even says that the masks don't make any difference. How is this little rat fuck going to spin out of this one?
But wait, hold on. What about the N95 masks as opposed to the lower quality surgical or cloth masks? Makes no difference. None of it, he said. Well, what about the studies that initially persuaded policymakers to impose mask mandates? They were convinced by non-randomized studies, flawed observational studies.
Whoa.
Like they cherry picked some data.
Oh, like either you... So yeah, it doesn't look good either way. Either you cherry picked data or you were easily fooled. Either way, not good. Either you purposely did this to see if you could get people to fucking wear masks, or two, you're stupid. Which one makes me feel better? I don't know.
How do we get beyond that finding of that particular review?
Yeah, but there are other studies, Michael, that show at an individual level for individual. When you're talking about the effect on the epidemic or the pandemic as a whole, the data are less strong.
Brett Stevens.
He literally started. He was shown in his face what the evidence on masks was, and his first two, Johnny, I'll play it again, but did you realize what his first two words were?
That it was that's just one study.
His first two words were literally "yeah, but."
Oh, yeah.
Not addressing the study, not criticizing it or anything else, just going, "Yeah, but." It's the most on-brand Fauci response I've ever heard. Let's watch
randomized studies, flawed observational studies. How do we get beyond that finding of that particular review?
Yeah, but there.
Yeah, but. How do we get past the findings of that particular review? Yeah, I'm not going to answer that question. Instead, I'm going to create a completely new question in my head and then answer that one, if that's okay. What we have here is the guy on the left is naive and is really upset because for 3 years he had to wear one of these fucking things and found out it did nothing. So now he's pissed at this guy. But what this guy understands is that the way this guy felt never mattered. They never considered how Michael Smirkanish felt when they were making all these rules. Like, people are going, oh man, isn't Fauci feeling the heat? No, not at all. It's all over. It's done. All they can do is now look back and go, hey, you're a slimy piece of shit. And Fauci just goes,
yeah, but.
Yeah, but. That's it.
And this other thing, it's hard to take Smirkanish seriously when he's so bald. He should put on like a beanie or a hat. Then we could believe him more.
You're absolutely right. I think anyone who's that bald in any form of media, you're right, should absolutely be wearing a beanie. Because if you're not wearing a beanie, you can't be taken seriously as a journalist.
No,
in my opinion.
Only serious people wear beanies. It's a fact.
A Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says Jonathan Greenblatt, that's the ADL guy, has extremely soft hands and gives one of the best Western-style hand jibbers. Oy vey, his Mossad handlers taught him well. There you go. 225 away from today's goal. Let's go on a little rally here today, folks. Let's get that under 200 by the top of the hour. Michael B. says, I have been in the airport, 3 airports in the last few days. If they did not play CNN, the ratings would go down 60%. Yeah, they do. I mean, CNN is like the default for public places having a news station on. I think it's because they're supposed to be like non-offensive and the least opinionated, I think.
Well, I think they've always been opinionated, but yeah, they're super safe. I mean, right. At least they used to be. Fox used to be edgier, but everyone's remembering Fox like back in the day when you had, O'Reilly at the head of the ship who would freaking really go crazy on people. The last real bastion of insanity on Fox you had was Carlson. He's gone. Yeah. I mean, watch out. Hannity's going to do something edgy and off book.
Look out. He took his CIA pin off today. I mean, that sounds like a joke, but the guy literally wears a CIA pin. He's wonderful.
And the funny part is the guy on CNN was the one who was in the CIA.
Yes.
Or family members.
Michael B. says, AZT killed a lot of people, Dr. Fauci. Yeah, but... McKM says, he's an improv guy. He yes-ands. Well, yeah, I mean, buts, but, you know, he's he's getting there. D. Gulag says, globalism already won. Yeah, that's why Fauci doesn't get upset or nervous. Like, you guys are like, why doesn't he get nervous when, people ask him these questions and stuff like that? It's because he knows it's
going to happen to him.
Yeah, like the job is done. It's over. He did what he needed to do. That's game, set, and match.
The people he needs to be worried about giving him repercussions are the ones that are happy he did what he did, so he's fine.
Yeah. Boston Bob says, yeah, it's because CNN is beige. Yes, beige is a great way to reference CNN. It's if you put Fox on in the airport, people are going to bitch. If you put MSNBC on in the airport, people are going to bitch. But the ratings have proven over the years, people are very good at just ignoring CNN. So
turns out they just naturally tune it off and go about their lives. It solves so many problems.
Just keep it on. All right, about 700 of you checking out Steel Toe this morning. Thank you very much. Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody hit subscribe. Everybody hit follow. And everybody throw in a couple of bucks and we'll knock out that last 225 that we've got hanging around for today's goal. If we knock it out, the show is properly supported and we add 30 minutes onto the rest of the show and do a little overtime for you. Joe Rogan had Bill Maher on his show. That's a good guest for Joe. I like both of those guys. I know that people have hang-ups with Bill Maher and his politics, but Bill's always been unabashedly pretty liberal, like pretty to the left. But I also think he's an older man now, and he's kind of had it with stupid progressive shit.
I feel like he stayed in the exact same spot and everyone shifted around him. And now he's made his way to the middle or even possibly a little to the right just because he's like, no, I'm still where I'm standing. You guys drifted over there. What the fuck?
He said that numerous times. He's like, I've always believed the same shit I've always believed. So you guys went nuts and now you call me a right winger. Well, Joe and Bill talked about crime in Chicago. They talked about defunding the police. Now, they did talk about Trump and Biden, and, Bill still hates Trump, and he still would support Biden over Trump, but he thinks they're both too old. But they talked about defunding the police, and they talked about crime in Chicago. And it's very important to remember in this clip, this is Joe Rogan and Bill Maher, both of them basically two admitted former liberals. And let's see how they're talking now.
Liberalism was never... shoplifting is progressive.
Right. Yeah.
And we weren't interested in legalizing shoplifting, or as I guess we should call it justice shopping. But, in Minnesota, for example, I think it was Minneapolis.
Hey!
After the George Floyd murder and the riots, I think there was a movement to disband a lot of the police, and they did. I think a lot of the police were let go, or somehow the police force was a lesser force than it was. And what happened was...
Can I just want to point this out, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm being too sensitive because I'm playing a clip for my audience and I want them to stay engaged. Is it just me, or is Bill Maher a lot more boring without writers?
I think he's more boring without writers, and he's just taking longer to get to the point.
Yeah, like I'm watching him now and I'm like, this doesn't seem like the same Bill that you usually watch. And maybe it's because he's not doing his show. He's got his feet up on Joe Rogan's desk, but I don't usually, look, whether I agree with him or disagree with him when he's speaking, I'm usually not bored by Bill Maher.
I'm sure he probably was been toking, like, even while this interview's going.
That's a good point.
Of course, crime went up in certain areas, and a lot of the officers who had been fired or let go or quit, or for whatever reason they weren't on the force anymore, they were hired as private security. By who? The rich people who could afford to do it. So their neighborhood stayed safe. So that wasn't exactly, I thought, a victory for liberalism.
No, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, but oh yeah, you're right. There they go. They're smoking.
He's doing a cigar. I heard him click his butane torch while.
Oh, okay. Okay.
least I think he's doing it. He lit something while we were off screen. I'm assuming cigar just because of Joe, but I don't know.
It's not progressive. Bill Maher's right. It's not progressive, but you know what it is? It's communist. Communism loves the riots and the unrest and everything else. They need to, again, communism is a dog shit idea because in order for it to happen, you need to first destroy everything and make it so shitty that people will accept communism. That right there to me means that your ideology is shit. And if it's something like communism where you have to destroy and physically take something apart, I think it should be outlawed. I think it should be banned because then it's no longer an idea. It's not freedom of speech. These are people who are advocating taking down systems, working outside the law, physically harming people, physically causing damage to private business.
It's technically secessionist in a way.
It is. To me, I don't think McCarthy did anything wrong. I don't think that the Red Scare was a bad thing. I think people should be scared of communism. Communism is remarkably evil. It's a death cult. It's a suicide contract. Communism.
And the pitching it right now, especially, which it isn't different in any time, but the people pitching it in our time right now that we're seeing with everything we're happening in this country, they always have a different rule for me than for thee. Like when we got locked down, they were still going to parties and stuff. When they say defund the police and the police are bad and all of a sudden crime's on the rise, then they start hiring private security guards for themselves. It's really weird how they protect themselves while we're supposed to give up all our freedoms.
When I saw that Cori Bush, one of the defund the police squad members, and like how much money she was spending every year on private security, I was like, nobody can be taking this seriously anymore. But yeah, when it comes to all this communism shit of like burn it down so we can rebuild it, you just got to ban that from your society. Communism is a cancer. Communism is something that uses your weakness. It uses your freedom against you so it can manipulate and destroy. And by the time you realize that they've destroyed you and fucked you up, it's too late and they're taking over already. So communism is definitely one of those things you got to nip in the bud. Otherwise, look what it's doing to some of our largest cities.
It's unfortunate. Austin defunded the police and then refunded it. And refunded it by far more than they defunded it.
In fairness, that's because you have to. If you defund it, shit gets way worse than it was before. So then when you bring them back, you have to bring them back plus a little bit extra to get the shit back down to shoe level.
And I've been doing a lot of stories on this stuff where these places in like San Francisco, California, and all that, where a lot of these cities where they were very big on defund the police, they're now at city council meetings screaming, crime's out of control. This is out of control. That's out of control. Businesses are dying out.
Yeah.
And your citizens need this, that, and the other. And you guys were all for defunding the police. And I love watching it because you see these people upset about you guys were all for defunding the police. I'm like, yes. And you were standing right behind them at the time.
You were cheering them and yelling and it was so great. And it was going to be awesome.
Suffering, but acknowledge you're part of the problem.
No. They just course corrected. They went, okay, this is not working. We have to do something to fix it, which makes me very happy because I was really shocked that they wanted to do that because there's a lot of crime. And where my club is on 6th Street, that's a wild place. 6th Street gets wild. And there's a lot of crime there. And there's a good police presence there. And we have a lot of police at the club. We hire off-duty cops to work the club. And
that was Bill's point. Like, if you got money, you can just hire your own private police, and they'll make sure, shit stays to shoe level, so to speak.
But the guy that's barely getting by on his bodega or whatever they call them down there, his little 7-Eleven, he can't afford to hire private security.
Yeah, he's got to stab a motherfucker if he wants to keep crime out of his business. And that's just it. All these people who advocate defunding the police, Patrice Cullors, she's got multi-million-dollar mansions. Politicians, they've got hundreds of thousands of dollars every single year pouring in, plus whatever they're making on insider trading that's legal for them. Joe Rogan's not advocating defunding the police, but what I'm saying is a lot of the people who do tend to have the means to make it so that the absence of police doesn't affect them. Meanwhile, they convince, no offense, scared, stupid people in poorer areas that this is a really good thing for them, and then they go along to get along, and they say yes, and they're the ones who get impacted. I'm stuck somewhere between feeling really, really bad for people, but also saying until you learn and until you change, I don't give a shit if this happens. Like I'm stuck between my sympathy and my apathy.
I can see what you're saying, but I'm with all of this going on. I'm usually just like, you guys always scream, but we're going to vote you out and vote different people in. I'm like, you're going to vote the same people in. That's the problem. You don't vote different people in. And I don't think it will change in that regard because you have too many people that, live in like middle class neighborhoods or whatever that go down to these areas and support riots and things like that because I believe in the message. It's like, but it doesn't really impact you. Right. And that's the thing where we're seeing in California, a lot of people who believed in the message of not persecuting these criminals because, they're just trying to get by and homeless people are just, they're just housing indifferent or whatever. Then it's on their neighborhood and it's on their block. It's like, how is this happening? Why is this going on? Well, you supported this. Well, I supported it when it wasn't here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I supported it, but not like in my neighborhood. I supported it somewhere else. God. Let's check out the rest of this. We got about a minute left.
A lot of security. We want to make it as safe as possible. But the streets in the city, from pandemic on, it's not good. It's sketchy. And I'm glad they recognized it and did something.
Well,
because so many places just aren't course correcting.
Chicago.
Yeah.
I mean, not just the places where, murders have been happening way out of control in Chicago among the African American community for far too long and not really reported in the way that they should be. It's amazing how black lives don't seem to matter when they're taken by black lives.
Right.
Look, thank you, Bill. Thank you, Joe. Wonderful. Great. But how many people said this for years and were chastised and called names and shouted down and all of this other? Again, I'm having a real conflict here because thank God, better late than never. When it comes to Bill Maher and Joe Rogan talking about, hey, black lives don't seem to matter when they're taken by black lives. The crime in Chicago is out of control. We need to address it. Yes, thank you. That is great. That is awesome. That is wonderful. But where the fuck have you been? When so many people were saying this same thing who didn't have as big a platform as Joe or Bill, and they were getting shouted down, usually by the ADL and other groups, and they were being boycotted and they were being censored and all this other stuff. And now here you guys are, and I hope you stick to that. And the one thing you can always, take to the bank with Bill Maher is that if he really feels it, he's not going to apologize or back down from it.
Yeah.
Which I like. Again,
kind of almost like I was saying before. It's like, well, now that it's on your yard, it's not cool kind of thing. Exactly. And I'm not saying that's really their argument here, but it's just like, this has been something people have been screaming for a while. And now you're like, all of these cities are a problem. All those cities are a problem. And this movement's an issue for this or that. It's like, yeah, but we were screaming that before and we were called racist bigots.
Yeah.
And
it's amazing. You get called racist for wanting the communities where black people live to be better. You're like, if I was a racist, I would be like, yeah, fucking Chicago, let them just keep doing their thing, whatever. But no, that's awful that all those people are getting shot and they're dying and fucking kids are dropping dead and they don't have parents and shit and their schools are garbage. No, I would like to see that get better. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Their response would be, oh, you silly racist. You need to understand that those people can't be any better. That's just the way they are.
That is what they say.
Quintessentially, yeah.
The Mood with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. We thank you for the shot in the arm today. Gregarious, Friendo, you're a son of a bitch, Corn Diff, and Neat VT, all getting memberships from our buddy The Mood, and that's going to put us down to 215 for today. So thank you guys very much. Let's get under 200 by the top of the hour. We are getting close. Thank you very, very much. Scary Terry says, Bill Maher is a lefty. Don't let him fool you. Also, Joe Rogan was a Bernie Sanders guy. When it comes to Bill, I've always liked him. I've always thought he was a funny guy. There is a lot of stuff I disagree with him on. But, one thing I've always felt about Bill is that he does have the ability to see shit and then change his mind. Like, Bill's always been able to be convinced. Bill's always been very observant, and he's a comedian, so, you got to be observant. But I feel like Bill's always been able to look at things and then go, oh, I used to believe this, now I believe this. Because this shit looks ridiculous.
Yeah, because as well, remember when he did Religulous, he started out not believing in God, and by the end, he was born again.
Yeah, you guys don't know this, but Bill Maher is a born-again Christian. It's not something they publicize very often. Jasper says they also said they aren't smart enough to vote with an ID. Yeah, I mean, the shit people on the left say about black people is really fucking gross, and then they call everyone else racist. When you're just like, dude, you understand that the things we're talking about would actually help this area, and you're fighting really hard to keep it the same. I don't...
Equality, you're talking about the bigotry of low expectations.
Yes. Gray Duckling with $4.99 says, did you hear the news? Did you hear on the news that the Minnesota flag is offensive? Are you ready for a new flag? Look, I'm sure it has something to do with Native Americans and settlers and shit like that. I know they bitch about that every few years. I don't know. But thank you, Gray Duckling. 210 away from today's goal. We're getting there. We're doing it. We're doing it. Make sure that you, if you can, throw in a couple of bucks. We're almost down to that 200 that we wanted to be at by the top of the hour. And by God, it looks like we could get there. Thank you, guys. Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. They don't take anything. They take like a couple percent. We count the whole thing. Thank you, guys. I heard someone from this show got swatted by someone called Botter on Elisa's Discord. One person writes, yeah, and they got the guy. This was a long time ago. And, we just pursued it. They found him and took him down, took him out.
And Elisa was very defensive of him for the whole time. Good guy. She couldn't believe any of that stuff would happen, would not be like that.
Loves him. I mean, to quote Elisa Jordana, I like Botter. Well, she's got bigger problems because one of her producers is apparently a guy who really likes little kids. And we'll get to that a little bit later in today's show. Thank you to the people who can't stand Elisa Jordana for sending me that. Speaking of the police, Johnny, let's talk about a little oopsie fuck up that the police in Missouri had regarding the deployment of a taser. Now, on one hand, this story is not as bad as it could have been. How many times have we seen a story? Well, we saw it in Minnesota not too long ago where a cop, she meant to deploy her taser and she fucking killed a guy. She shot him. It was a traffic stop. He was getting a little bucky, so she wanted to take out the taser. He took off driving. She pulled the trigger on what she thought she was the taser, and she killed him. That was what, Dante Wright?
I think so. And the worst part of that is he was driving, wasn't he? So like if you hit him with the taser, that doesn't necessarily end better.
Right.
While controlling a motor vehicle.
That could still end with him being dead. Yeah. So I think she's out of jail already. That cop who did that. I think she did a couple of years and she's out. But the taser thing, mistaking the gun for the taser is it's a dangerous proposition. But this next police officer reached for their taser and actually grabbed their taser. This one, it was more the target that people are questioning. Let's go ahead and check it out. This is from Desloge, Missouri. Lovely this time of year.
Boy during a Labor Day picnic. It happened in Desloge, just 1 hour south of St. Louis. An incident where police tased a 5-year-old boy during a Labor Day picnic. It happened in Desloge, just...
Whoops. Tased a 5-year-old child. And you're like, oh, that sounds bad. At a Labor Day picnic. This is one of those stories where it just keeps getting worse. The boy was just diagnosed with leukemia 2 years ago, but he finally went into remission. And they were having a picnic in the boy's honor to celebrate his remission. The shock rearranged his organs and actually brought some of the cancer back. And now the boy is clinging to life.
It looks bad, but I swear to God, that toddler was getting bucky.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Look,
I had to put it down.
The 5-year-old was full of pixie sticks. He was going to his first day at kindergarten the next day, and he wouldn't stop mouthing off. He called my wife a cunt. I don't know what I was supposed to do, so I zapped him.
1 hour south of...
And guess what? He stopped mouthing off.
Reports from the scene are that he was reported to have said right before he zapped the child, he's coming right for us.
I mean, the kid was threatening them. What was he supposed to do? Be a bitch?
Happened in Desloge, just 1 hour south of St. Louis. 5 on your side's Diamond Palmer joins us now in studio with the family's first interview since it happened. Diamond?
Mark, the 5-year-old.
Okay, well, now.
His family says he's doing okay after being tased Saturday. They say the Deloge Police Department didn't apologize for their actions.
Well, I had this story reversed. My prediction was wrong. I was thinking maybe the reporter versus the subject would be, I don't know. It's just good. It's good to see the cops getting a white kid for once, you know?
Story really is a diamond in the rough.
You see, because her name is Diamond.
Right.
I thought the person who did this story would look more like Lou Diamond Phillips, is what I meant, and that the kid would look more like Diamond here. But yeah, I mean, the cops are just trying to even up the numbers racially. They're behind in the game, you know. They got to zap a few white kids, otherwise people are going to start to think that maybe they're a bit bigoted with how they deploy these things.
And we do have to warn you, the video you're about to see could be disturbing.
Oh shit, you're going to show us a 5-year-old getting tased?
Should have led with that. Now I'm impatient.
Jesus Christ.
For some viewers.
I could hear him screaming in the background, and I didn't really know what happened.
It's a mother.
Well, maybe because you were too busy forgetting to dry your hair before the news came over. Just me.
I'm having some serious questions now after seeing the mother and now the son from a side view.
Not quite Sid's yet. No.
It's really weird. It looks like someone tried to give him a mullet and then tried to shave the side of his head, but just got one cut in and stopped.
They are doing like a weird faux hawk thing. I hear the kid's a big Kenny Omega fan.
There's worst nightmare. Bystander video capturing the moments in which Zoe Fortenberry's son, Jackson, was tased.
He just starts he just has little twitches here and there as he's playing with his skateboard.
Yeah, I'm insensitive, but it looks like that wouldn't have done any damage to him. No offense. I just feel like the platform he's playing on, 5,000 volts, won't really change anything.
Yeah, he's a thick old boy. He's all right.
Video shows him on the left side of your screen with his uncle Jeremiah. Fun quickly turned to chaos at an annual Labor Day picnic.
Okay, first of all, what the fuck is this guy doing? What?
He's laying.
Oh, I see. Okay, so the cop's right there. I was blinded by the light, revved up like a deuce, and never mind. The cop's got the taser right here, and he's got these two guys on the ground. Okay.
There's another cop right over that guy.
Deloge police, they deployed a taser at two men fighting that ended up bouncing off the ground and hitting 5-year-old Jackson.
Oh.
So we had just left, and like 5 minutes later, my brother had called me and said that he asked where we was and said that there was.
He asked where we was, and I said, I was trying to find a new hot dog to put in my bun, if you catch my drift, because I only have one son and no dad, and it's time to solve that problem.
He asked where we was. Oh, fuck. Can't you just take a shower, dress nice, and not talk like an absolute dipshit one time? The fucking news is coming over. Break out the nice Dukes of Hazzard plates.
Had called me and said that he asked where we was and said that there was an incident and that we needed to come back.
As soon as we opened the door.
So wait, she wasn't even with her child when he was tased by the police? When your 5-year-old child was tased by the police, you were what? Just running around like Johnny said, cruising for dick? What? Your 5-year-old is tased and they're like, all right, first things first, where's his mom?
And they asked where we was, and we said, it's happy hour. We's where we always is.
As soon as we opened the door and he seen that was me and his mom, he just grabbed a hold of us and started, crying.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. Where were you two? And please,
who was with your child at the time?
Who was with your kid when he was busy getting tased? That's my question. You're drinking. Let me guess. You were drinking somewhere. And you let the 5-year-old just, prance off on his own at a county fair, because what's the worst that could happen?
The family says the police never apologized for their actions, and they want to know why a taser was used in such a high traffic area.
I just don't think the taser.
Oh my God.
Please tell me this is the dad. Please
I really hope this is the kid's dad. Holy shit, this family is unfortunate.
Taser was used in such a high traffic area.
I just don't think the tasers was necessary.
I just don't think the tasers is necessary. They could have hit me and it would have superheated my septum piercing or burned my nose something awful.
You see, my septum piercing is a conductor of electricity. That's what I've been told. God, how did he put that? Hold on. We've got where we was and
where we was.
I just don't think the tasers was necessary.
I don't think the tasers was necessary.
Holy God, nice pause. Look at that lip climb.
Right?
They're about to climb up.
You could put a fucking kid with spina bifida on his back and call him Freak the Mighty.
Especially in a crowd with a lot of kids and a lot of people.
According to Deloge Police Department, the first taser strike hit one suspect successfully. When the officer fired a second time, intending to hit the second suspect, that's when it hit Jackson. A day later, Jackson...
Do you imagine a 5-year-old just fucking with all those volts shooting through him and he just hits the ground? It's okay. You can laugh about it. He's okay now.
Yeah, dude, like I said, I don't know if they did any, especially if that was his dad.
Yeah.
If the gene pools are what I think they are, I'm sure he'll be fine. But it's got to be one of those things where just for a minute, if you're a parent, you're like, effort probably deserves it.
He's probably fine. Look, judging with where he comes from, no harm, no foul.
Jackson is back on his feet and returning to normal activities.
Oh, fuck.
Why is there...
By the way, they just said, Johnny, he's returned to normal activities, standing on a rotting trailer on an old mattress, or as he calls it, his playhouse.
You're probably not wrong.
Look, I understand the cops tasing this kid was wrong, but I'm not saying that CPS shouldn't be visiting.
Well, I will say this. I don't know about cleaning up themselves, but thank God they at least decided to mow the lawn right before the news came over.
That's really helpful. Oh, hey, don't let the news see the piss stains on the twin mattress that he plays on the broken trailer.
Flip it over real quick.
I'm sure all those toys used to be real nice once.
Yeah, but, secondhand is only so good.
Yeah.
But his family says that doesn't stop the trauma of the situation.
You don't want them to fear officers, so you have to, let them know that they're not the bad guys, but then again... How do you explain?
Could you guys find articles of clothing that don't have grease strips on them? Come on, make an effort. Your grandson just got tased. I understand that it was a very traumatic experience and you needed to go to Wendy's to get a Baconator, but clean up. The news is here. Jesus.
And what's with all of you having really... Oh, that's the wind. I was going to say her hair is fucked, but it's the wind.
I'm sorry, I need to get through 13 other things before I get to the hair. I haven't made it up that far yet.
But then again, how do you explain how he was tased?
As for what's next for the family, they say time will tell as the Deloge Police Department proceeds.
Was everything done that should have been done? Is kind of why we're waiting on...
Ma'am, was everything did...
That should have been did.
That should have been did. Yeah, come on, let's keep up with the English here.
Should have been done did.
Yeah. Or done did. Yeah, either one.
An investigation. Was this prevented? Or could have been prevented?
See, now the little boy's the only one I feel bad for. You don't get to choose who you're born to. And he's born in a place where he'll never learn how to read, and he's got to play on an old piss-stained mattress on a rotting flatbed. He's got to be in the hospital after a cop shot it. Like, this kid's luck is just not getting any better. You're born into shit, and then a cop bounces a taser off the ground into your balls.
Sometimes God's just giving you a message. It's not going to improve.
Right. God's message is either this ain't getting better, or kid, if you thrive on adversity, we're going to find out.
Question.
Now, the Deloge Police Department's chief was not available for comment today, but Jackson's family will plan to meet with police on Tuesday in hopes of getting more answers.
Chief, do you have a minute? Busy. What are you busy doing? Not talking about the 5-year-old we tased. Oh, okay. He'll call you guys back later. All right, man, that poor bastard. That poor kid. If that's the dad, first off, it makes sense. Second of all, that kid's got no chance. None whatsoever. Cynically Insane says, hate to be the guy who had to pull the taser barb out of a toddler. Yeah, you're the one who's got to pull the taser out of the 5-year-old. The guy who shot it's definitely got to be the guy who goes and gets it. For sure.
My bad.
Skeezy says, I love when Aaron's elitism comes out to play. Oh, dude, it doesn't take much to be an elitist over what that poor kid had.
I grew up super duper poor. Yeah, no, it doesn't take much to beat that.
No.
That's low end.
Katie Kidney says they will give the kids some junior police stickers and let them fire up the lights and sirens a couple times and call it even. Yeah, with that family, they don't know that they could get like tens of thousands of dollars in a settlement out of this deal.
They were going to give everyone in the family a boot flask and they'd all call it good.
Yeah, exactly. Does that come with the strap too? That you fasten it to the, well, then you got yourself a goddamn deal. Yeah, we could give you $10,000. Yeah, but is there any way I could meet Dale Jr. instead? I mean, I guess we can work that out for you. Michael B says Aaron rescued April from these people. This does seem like quite the Litchfield adventure. He's not wrong. Matt Fields becoming a Steel Toe Bro. Thank you very much for your membership, pal. 205 away from today's goal. Tiny little bit of a rally. And we're under 200 at the top of the hour. Got about 10 minutes. 205 away from today's goal. Let's stay on the path to knock it out today. Thank you to 383 Novocaine for $2. Says gender reveal crash. We'll get to that. I've got that one ready to go for today. $5 from Greasy N-word on Twitter or on Rumble. Excuse me. Says all dem hardcore AB polar bears told me they love Planned Parenthood when I was in the Supermax. Planned Parenthood killed more black babies than they could ever have imagined. Thanks for caring, toe boys. I have no idea where that came from, but as usual, thank you, Greasy. We appreciate it. There you go, boys and girls. $200 away from today's goal, and we are less than halfway through today's show. How about we get to 100 by the end of the next hour? Thank you very, very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Go ahead and click on one of those links. Throw in a couple of bucks to Steel Toe as we continue to knock down today's goal. Short week, two evening shows. So hopefully we can knock them all out this week. We did end up catching up with last Tuesday, so last week was another successful week for Steel Toe. We do appreciate that. Every once in a while we'll miss a daily goal, but the week, we haven't missed a week in years, which is fantastic. Thank you guys so much for your consistent support of our program. Not only that, over 700 people checking out Steel Toe at the moment, so go ahead and click like, hit subscribe. We do appreciate it. It's good for the algorithm, and if it's good for the algorithm, it's good for us. Johnny, I've got some body cam footage today.
Goody.
I've got somebody who was arrested. They were handcuffed. Job well done. Good job, officers. The only problem is the cops forgot where they had parked the vehicle and after they had put the man in custody. Let's go ahead and check this out. I'm going to jump around in this video because it's 6 minutes long, but you really only need to see about 30, 40 seconds of this to really get what's going on here. Johnny, what do you see so far?
I see a car sitting on a train crossing.
Okay. What comes by a train crossing every once in a while?
Deer. You mean like the thing that uses it for? Oh, that'd be a train.
That would be a train. So would you say that it would be wildly irresponsible, for a police officer to park there?
Yep.
Would you also say that it would be wildly irresponsible for the police to maybe put somebody in the back of that car with no door handles or no way to get out? Because something bad could happen.
Yeah, I mean, like, God forbid, a deer could show up. I mean, a train could hit.
I'm right behind you.
And unfortunately, if you're arrested, that's not the last train that's going to hit.
Yes. I'm going to your passenger side. Driver. Vasquez.
So this must be like a felony stop.
Lift your hands up. Okay. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Put your hands up higher. I want you to set your phone down at the edge of your truck. You don't need it. You can leave it on. Come on back. Keep coming back. Keep your hands up. Keep coming back. Keep coming back to the sound of my voice. Keep coming back. Keep coming back.
What do you think, hammered?
I have no idea. It seems like they're complying.
Yeah. It's got to be scary. It's scary as shit, though. Like, it's got to be hard to comply with a gun at your back.
It'd be hard for me to just like that with a boner. But, you know.
Keep coming back. Stop right there. Get down on one knee and then the other.
I got cuffs.
Go ahead.
Good? Keep your hands above your head.
Don't move.
What's going on?
Oh, nothing. We're just here to deliver a message. Your mom says she's fine and she can't wait to see you tomorrow. So sorry for all the pomp and circumstance, but we just got to make sure it's safe to deliver the message.
We'll explain everything in a second. Can I get my cell phone, please? No one else is in the truck.
Officers handcuff and confine Miss Gonzalez to the back of a police patrol vehicle.
All right.
There's no weapons in the car? Okay. What's going on? Ma'am, what's going on? I'll tell you in a second. I'm so confused. Can I get my seat?
They will tell her, remember that, they will tell her in a second what's going on. So they're checking the truck.
Yeah, you drop it. I'll hold it. I'll come across. Clear.
Within moments, the sound of a loud train horn and incoming railroad cars can be heard racing towards the patrol vehicle.
Never once did these officers think that maybe, just maybe, parking on the dead smack dab in the middle of a train crossing might be a negative thing long term in case they get stuck there for a while. Also,
you know what the train crossing?
Yeah.
Reflective signs.
There
you can
go.
bright see under lights.
Perfect. Not only that, maybe not the best place to put a suspect either.
It took her a long time to pull over.
I got a holster right here in the passenger seat.
Okay. It took her a very long time to pull over. It took her a very long time to pull over.
Oh my God. Oh, she's got a kid's seat in there too. Oh no.
I'm going.
Did you see her toss anything?
She could have because it took her a long time to pull over. I'm going to put my rifle away. I'll come back to
This is new.
So wait a minute. They haven't found any drugs. They haven't found any booze. They haven't found it. So they might be pulling this person over, arresting them, putting them in the car in the middle of train tracks, and ultimately may not have ever found anything. Uh-oh.
They were called because someone reported her pulling a gun on them on the road.
Oh, okay. Oh, and they did say we found a holster in the passenger seat. Okay, so there is
I saw this. They didn't show the searching. They never said finding a holster. So I was like, oh, man, they did all this for nothing. But
they did find a holster.
Found a holster. Now it starts seeming a little more hinky.
All right.
She could have because when I was behind her, she was driving slow enough.
Yeah.
So she could have tossed something, but I lit
Tossed it out the window?
She could have out that window, but.
Oh shit! So that's
now heard it honk twice.
That's the second time we've heard the train horn, and nobody is thinking to go, "Oh shit! I left the suspect in the back of the police car, and there's a train on the way." Maybe parking on the tracks was a dog shit idea.
I'd love it if they didn't even think about the suspect. Oh shit! The train's gonna hit my police car. Oh no!
My personal iPad is in there.
Who is that, Hart?
No, that's Tom check. Oh my God! Oh my God!
So now we got to do different angles of it so we can see the damn thing.
Move your car!
Move your car!
Stay back!
And now this guy's just shitting his pants. He steps towards the car. He steps back. Say, fuck, do I try to move it quick? Do I get out of the way? Damn it.
The person I wish had a camera on her at this point in time is the lady in the back of the car.
The lady who got arrested. Oh, shit.
You dumb. She's handcuffed.
She's screaming.
Oh! 346 patrol car was just hit by a train.
You ain't done nothing good for them kids till you got hit by that train.
Dispatch 346, get us medical emergent. The suspect was in the vehicle that was hit by the train.
She's the goddamn paterfamilias.
By the 3 officers there. One of them was a woman.
Which one's car do you think it was? I just imagine, first of all 3 of these people fumbling with their dicks is hilarious. But second of all, I just imagine the chief when he calls them in for a meeting, rubbing his temples and just going, why in God's name did you think it would be okay to park your squad car on the train tracks? And you just got to listen to whatever bullshit story they're going to come up with. Oh, boy. The whole time you're sprinting towards this vehicle, you're like, don't be dead, don't be dead, don't be dead, don't be dead. Maybe I can salvage my job here. Oh, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look like anyone's going to be safe in there.
The Tyrannosaurus Rex did a number on this one.
Watch the fence.
Miss Gonzalez survived the incident.
How? That vehicle was unrecognizable.
Well, let's just say, regardless of what she might have been charged with, pretty sure she's going to escape.
Yeah, you know what? I think she's going to get her freedom on this one.
Numerous injuries, including a broken sternum and 9 broken ribs.
You got it?
I got a holster here. No, we have not gone through.
We weren't sure if she threw it or if it's still hidden in the vehicle somewhere. It took her a long time to pull over.
Yeah, it doesn't matter now. She's innocent.
Really hoping we can find that gun, at least kind of salvage this just a little bit. Just
right.
Us look like we're somewhat competent. We really fucked the pooch.
A broken sternum and broken ribs. Oh, it's just going to hurt to breathe for a long time. I mean, it'll hurt less when the settlement check arrives. Boy, I really wish we would have tased a 5-year-old. We'd be in a lot less trouble than this.
And Platteville said he did not see anything leave the vehicle.
Right now, I just need to find out who she is so we can...
Yeah, Platteville did not find a gun leaving the vehicle. Yeah, they also left their cars on the train tracks. I don't know if they're the best investigators in the world.
Deal with that aspect of it.
Officer Jordan Steinck, who had placed Miss Gonzalez in the vehicle, was recently found guilty of reckless endangerment and third-degree assault.
Yeah.
Who's awake? Okay. You hear that?
No, I didn't hear that.
There's a round over there in the door.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So they found a round.
That's her.
Oh, they're just saying her name and stuff now.
We had a date of birth on there?
That's what I was looking for.
I know you know what you're doing. I was just thinking out loud.
I'll let you look at that. I'll keep looking for the other stuff.
Further litigation for this incident may be pending.
No shit. Further litigation for this incident may be pending. Nah, I think she's just going to let bygones be bygones, you know?
I'm going to say this, as opposed to when I first covered this story, I now believe that she probably did pull that gun on that person.
Well, you know, the nice thing is it doesn't matter now.
Yeah. She'll be able to buy a new one.
I honest to God, I can't believe she survived. I mean, that vehicle just looked completely mangled. No matter what you say, don't say we fucked up on camera. They're gonna be able to use that. Cynically Insane says, so she beats the charge, right? I would hope so. I would hope so. As far as the officer, like the officer who did the train part, that parked the car on the train. I know she got charged with a crime and everything else, or he or she
on the train tracks,
or parked her car on the train tracks. Thank you.
She didn't do it, though. Someone else parked their car in the train tracks. She put the person in there.
A guy did. Yeah, a guy put the Jordan or whatever. He got convicted of a crime. I really hope he's not on the force anymore. 383 Novocaine. Yes, we've got that one, buddy. Thank you for the $2 over on Rumble. Egg Picker wins with $1. Says big ups. No kidding LLC. No, it's Just Kidding LLC. Just Kidding LLC on Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch. There you go. Dub with $2 says 07. Thank you, Dub. Appreciate that. We are an even $200 away from today's goal. If you want to chip in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. The links are all in the chat. Thank you very, very much. Let's see if we can knock that out today and have a good start to the week. You guys got to 200 by the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Let's see if we can keep knocking that down and call it a victory today. Thank you very, very much. Joseph with $2 over on PayPal, starting us off on PayPal and Venmo. It's all been Super Chats and Rumble so far today. Thank you, Joseph, for the $2. Appreciate that very, very much. Keep those coming. We'll knock this thing out together in no time. Okay, let's check in with this Elisa Jordana thing. So I kept getting tweets, I kept getting emails, I kept getting all kinds of stuff over the last week saying, Aaron, I know you can't stand Elisa Jordana. I know that, she and her fans have been remarkably ridiculous when it comes to this program with the swatting and her endorsing the swatter and everything else. I mean, she is human garbage. Elisa Jordana is... I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, so I can't say if she's a psychopath or sociopath, but she's definitely got some serious, serious personality disorders, in my opinion. And she's, as long as you tell her you love her, she will never second guess anything you ever do. She will never call out anything bad you've ever done, as long as you basically just call her pretty. If you criticize her, even if the criticism is remarkably valid, she will yell and scream and throw a fit and a tantrum and, the usual. Well, it seems like Elisa Jordana is continuing to make a habit of keeping bad company, should we say. There was Botter, the guy who swatted us and swatted Bob Levy and swatted Chrissy Mayer and Frank Pellegrino. And she, what was it, Johnny? She said, I like Botter.
Botter's a good guy. I like Botter. I don't believe that he did this.
Right, exactly. Botter is now currently facing charges on the whole thing. So it's I would argue that he's probably not a very good guy. But at any rate, now there is some new information about Elisa Jordana and her team, quote unquote, that is very, very interesting. MST says, how old was Botter? I think he was 14 or 15. One of the two. He's a kid. But fuck him. Send him to jail. I don't give a shit. He's garbage. So this guy that was working for her as a producer, she also said he was... the way she runs this kind of cult-like thing is insanity to me. But she had some kind of IRL streamer university. It wasn't anything. It was just something she talked about on her channel. And she made some of her crazy ass mentally ill fans a part of it, quote unquote. Well, I've always said about Elisa Jordana that when you keep company like that, it's going to bite you in the ass someday. You keep associating, because her whole audience is just mentally ill dudes, and a pretty girl is talking to them, and they're really, 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 really nuts. But she likes that. Like, most women would get that kind of attention and they'd go, this could be a problem. This could be a serious issue down the road. But she has been so desperate to be famous her whole life that even obsessive, crazy, in need of mental help, mentally ill guys obsessing over her on Discord makes her happy, because anything to get an audience, anything to, to get attention.
I'm sorry. Listen, I'm busy following her on Discord. I heard she'll talk back.
She fucked Benji from the Howard Stern show because she thought it would get her a record deal. It didn't. She hangs on to that. And Howard would have her on the show as a whack packer. Howard would have her on the show to make fun of her and talk about how she's using Benji. And like Howard saw through this woman right away. Yeah. I mean, Howard's been around long enough to know. Well, now she's got this guy that she made him her professor of her IRL streaming. I guess she got kicked out of the IP2 streaming community. That was probably only a matter of time. Now there's this guy who got arrested, and boy, oh boy, I tell you, the company Elisa Jordana keeps, Johnny, she is nothing if not consistent. She keeps associating herself with prime pieces of shit. Oh, let's not forget how long she used and bilked Andy Dick for IP money. Let's not forget how bad she bilked Andy Dick for attention and for notoriety and for headlines and everything. Never gave a fuck about the guy, kept him loaded, kept him shit-faced, had her buddy, I don't know if she was fucking him or not, had her buddy keep Andy at his house, bought him booze, took all the chat money that they would get for the Andy Dick streams, spend it on food and booze and keep it for themselves. And then, oh, but I love Andy. Oh, I love it. No, you love attention. She is a horrific human being, this Elisa Jordana. I still get worked up if I bring her up. She is.
Yeah, I know. I've noticed you're getting a little heated, sir.
She's human garbage, this Elisa Jordana. Well, if you want to know a lot about a person, follow the people they associate with. Elisa Jordana associates herself with mentally ill, vapid, personality bankrupt people because she is herself probably at least some of those things, if not an amalgamation of all of them. This is a guy she called her producer and a guy who was apparently a professor at the Elisa Jordana IRL streaming whatever.
Imagine that. I wanted to be in a authoritarian role over young people.
Well, let's check it out. Let's see what happened to him. Let's do a checkup on Elisa Jordana's crew, shall we?
A man who allegedly wrote a manifesto detailing dozens of sex crimes that spanned 4 decades turns himself in to Stewart Police. Tar Jakeway joins us live.
You hear that? This guy has been molesting children for 40 years, but it was working with Elisa Jordana that made him morally go, I can't keep doing this anymore. I have to turn myself in. By the way, here's the other crimes I've committed. Not the least of which is working with Elisa Jordana. I'll admit to it all. Just don't make me watch her sing into that sharper image microphone all tone deaf anymore. Please. That's all I'm asking.
After talking with the police chief today about the crimes and this unusual turn of events. Tara?
Well, Todd, that is a 24-page, heavily redacted.
Look at how fucking redacted that paper is because they just can't release it to the public.
Is that heavily redacted or completely fucking redacted? I mean, I see 3 spaces in there.
Yeah.
Tell me there's words?
It's just about all redacted. Oh, by the way, if you think that Elisa Jordana sees this and goes, oh my God, this is bad for me, I should probably stop being what I am. I'm real human garbage and I associate with shitheads just because they tell me I'm pretty and talented because actual normal people don't find me interesting. No. Guys, I'm telling you right now, Elisa Jordana watches this story and goes, boy, I hope they mention me in my channel. I hope they mention that she'd probably write a letter to the news company or the news channel. And she would go, hey guys, you forgot to mention that he was a producer for my YouTube channel. Elisa, the bitch 2000 or whatever the fuck the channel is. I don't even remember what it is anymore. But this kind of stuff doesn't affect her. She only thinks about herself. People are disposable to her. People are usable to her. And as long as she's kind of like the Joker in that if they're crazy and they think she's pretty, she will find a use for them. For sure.
Jordana said she was going to go in and put in pretty lights. Just Christmas.
You can see manifesto I have here in my hand.
Elisa Jordana makes a phone call while he's in jail and his stomach lights up. Oh, shit.
Right here that police chief here in Stewart called horrific. He said that serial sex offender turned himself in to Stewart PD on Saturday.
Oh, and by the way, it's my personal belief that this is not the last of these types of offenders that Elisa Jordana hangs around and deals with on Discord and has in her fandom and in her inner circle. I believe there's probably more like this because, again, they're all off their rocker. They're all nutty. There's something off about all of them.
Do you realize the silver lining that we just had?
What's that?
Elisa Jordana is making these people regret what they've done and feel guilty and turn themselves in. She should be gathering all of them and hanging out with them as much as possible so they can all go, oh, wait a minute. No. Look, this is what I've done. These are where the bodies are. Anything but hanging out with that bitch again. All right, just fucking take me now.
If you think about it, Johnny, this is now the second felon she's been harboring in the last year.
Mm-hmm.
Elisa Jordana has now harbored 2 felons in her inner circle in a 365-day period. That's pretty impressive.
The events over the course of 30 years that this individual is involved in were deranged, horrific.
And that was just the Elisa Jordana streams he worked on. We haven't even gotten to the child molesting stuff yet. No, sorry.
It's fine.
There's benefits to being the host and getting the first word.
Psychotic. I've never read anything like that in my career before.
This is that individual.
Wow, that really does look exactly like an Elisa Jordana fan, doesn't it?
Jesus Christ. I mean, I know he's wearing a blue shirt, but the guy's a walking red flag.
He really is. Yeah, you can see the red flag through the blue shirt. That's what makes it that much more impressive. Oh, and apparently he must have admitted to shit in all these states. But they're saying special attention and list 5 more states.
61-year-old James Ward Nichols. Police say he handed that manifesto to the responding officer after calling Stewart PD from his car in a nearby parking lot.
Please take my confession. I can't do any more IRL streaming with this crazy Skeletor-looking bitch. Take it. I'm a child molester. Watch, he didn't even do any of it. He just needed to get away from her and admitted to a bunch of crimes.
I'm a horrible person, but please take me in because I work for a demon.
Saying he wanted to confess to multiple crimes.
On his own will, he opened up the laptop and told the officer to click the specific file on the computer. And sure enough, there was child pornography.
Nichols was immediately taken into custody, processed at the Martin County Jail, and charged with possession of child pornography.
So, Elisa, has she addressed this? Has she talked about this? Because apparently this guy was important. She felt the need to shower praise on him and fake positions inside of her crew. Has she commented on it? Does she think he's a good guy too? Like she thought Botter was a good guy before he got charged with computer crimes? Because Elisa always seems to think that these guys are great guys. She's an amazing judge of character. This Elisa Jordana. But
this is just crazy.
I know. This is a fucking
guy
animal.
turns himself over. And this is the worst part. He doesn't turn himself over. Does he ever get found out?
No.
Was there ever any suspicion? That's the part that bothers me the most about this. The one thing, we're making jokes, but the one thing we're saved by is that, for whatever reason, and I like to think it was because he met Elisa Jordana, he suddenly had a clarity of conscience, things are bad and I should regret this.
He will pay for his crimes at the very least. That is, that's a good thing.
Yeah, he's not in for a good time.
Okay, but let's put him in for the child molestation first. Then after that, if we could tack on 18 months just symbolically for working on Elisa Jordana's streams, that would at least send a good, clear message to criminals everywhere.
I mean, it would.
Told in his own admission was that he's tired of running from his crimes. He had a coming to Jesus moment and wanted to turn himself in.
According to the manifesto,
I'm telling you, it's because he had to do the Elisa Jordana streams.
I feel like that would be more accurately stated as a coming to Satan moment.
Yeah. It was such a mind-numbingly shitty experience, and it was so vapid and devoid of anything meaningful that he said, I have to admit all my crimes. I have to turn myself in rather than spend one more day working with this troglodyte.
those crimes took place across numerous states. But Nichols chose to surrender in Stewart, where he has family ties, and admitted to a lewd and lascivious act in that very parking lot back in 2015.
All of a sudden, he shows up on my doorstep and admits all of this stuff to nationwide criminal acts.
Acts that date back to 1979 and are now under the investigation of federal authorities. Now, the chief tells me that just this morning, while in custody, Nichols was charged with that 2015 act, formally charged. The Stewart Police Department, though, does believe that there may be more victims of Nichols out there, and they are asking that they come forward. Live in...
And Elisa Jordana is saying, but come to my stream first and we can talk about it, and maybe we can get some content out of the damn thing. Oh, couldn't happen to a nicer person, I have to say. Sage, thank you very much for the $5. Says Botter soon, hopefully. All right, let's take a look at this short. He says Botter soon. Oh.
You gotta go up again, maybe?
I don't understand how...
Oh, freeze dry.
I don't understand how this is Botter at some point.
With a knee brace on, by the
He's
way.
Horace Hogan?
Gold chain.
All right. Well, thank you, Sage. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $5.
I scrolled past it. It was the wrong one.
And I scrolled back up again, though.
Ah.
Let's do another. Let's do it again. I'll click on it again. See what we've got. Oh, here we go.
They call me Ice Mike because I'm cold as ice. I want you to hold this for me. This Kool-Aid, we put this on bitches like you. Now take your finger, just do this to the bottom. Come here. I kiss you.
Now it's
I'm back and I'm ready for round 2. I have my Kool-Aid ready. Matter of fact, bitch, you hold this. You drop it, I'll smack out of you. I don't give a about going to no hole. Wait, what hood you from? Charlie. Man, Charlie's a bunch of bitches. Make my day, bitch. Make it.
Well, so Botter's going to be on Scared Straight very soon. All right. Thank you, Sage. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for the $5. We are 195 away from knocking it out today. Continue contributing. We do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's see what the audience thinks about this Elisa Jordana producer guy apparently admitting to a shitload of child molestation. Patrick Pewterschmidt says that redacted sheet is like an overhead view of the Million Man March. Judging a book by its cover does work, says Patrick Pewterschmidt. Yeah. You can look at Elisa Jordana and you just kind of look in those eyes and you can go, this woman's a problem. This woman's got some serious issues. TVA Dan says, I don't know how a guy looks like that and doesn't get caught for 45 years. Yeah, like you were saying, Johnny, he just kind of, he looks the part.
Yeah, that one looks like something's up.
Jake Snake says he was by her side for months leading up to this, literally on her stream for hours every day. Elisa refused to denounce him, saying that he, quote, just has a disease. No fucking way she said that. Send me the link.
Send us a clip. I have to see that. That's
Jesus
even for her. That is a new level of, oh my God.
She
really?
Can't help it. She's mentally ill. If these people say she's pretty and they're a fan of hers, she defends them to the hilt because she just wants the attention. She wants to be famous. She wants to have like a cult around her. Most people get called a cult leader and they go, ooh, God, take it easy. She gets called a cult leader and she goes, oh, if only I had their numbers.
I've got all this Kool-Aid, nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Red flag if you're in Elisa's orbit. That's true. Jake Snake says JLR needs to protest outside his house like he did the laundries. Oh, James Rosen? Oh, Elisa said on stream she hopes he gets better. Of course. Because if these people say she's pretty, she thinks they're amazing and she doesn't, fuck whatever they do to anyone else.
Unless sent to some sort of psychological place, like some sort of psychological lockdown or whatever, odds are he's going to get it put in a federal penitentiary. We'll cut to the short version. It's going to suck.
It's going to hurt his butthole.
Oh, no, not even that. No. There is a particular dislike for people of the child abusing type, and he is going to get the crap beat out of him unless he pays top dollar constantly for some form of protection. And even then, he will still catch the occasional beating.
Yeah. So he's looking for a rough time. But don't worry, guys. Elisa Jordana hopes he gets better. So, at least Elisa is still on his side. Fucking, she's unbelievable. Well, we checked in on her for the first time in a while. Good to see some things never change. She is still absolute human fucking garbage. All right, let me open up these 7 o'clock hour stories, boys and girls. Contribute to the program. The links are pinned to the top of the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Contribute to our program. Throw a few bucks in. Let's get that goal down to a manageable level and knock it out for the first day of the week this week. We hope to knock them all out as usual. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. If you want to become a VIP, $250 in 1 week gets you all 3 of our t-shirts, the Steel Toe hoodies, 2 of the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, 2 tickets to every live event we do. You also get a new piece of merch comes out. You get to claim a free copy for yourself, and you get free entry into a $100 members-only drawing every single month. That's the Steel Toe VIP. Before we get into these stories, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go check out Cheetos and our friends at Stoney's for a great time. They've got the patio out. Stoney's Garage, the outdoor bar. They've got the Fireball stage with live music every single weekend. The best Bloody Marys you can find. And after that wedding this weekend, I sure needed one. Also, they've got awesome drinks, delicious pizzas. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Bike night on Thursday nights at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Thank you to the listener who sent me an email yesterday asking me what the tow service was that we promote on this program. They were stranded yesterday and got some help from our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Commit this to memory. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you need a tow, if you need someone to come help you, no matter what time of day or night, no matter what size vehicle you have, make it All Care Towing. Also, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, optics, knives, and so much more. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. And don't forget to get your Steel Toe coffee at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com for Steel Toe coffee and April's Magic Bean coffee. Greasy N-word with $2 says, hey man, that Elisa girl is hot. Shit. Hey, congratulations, you just became her boyfriend. All you have to do, tell Elisa Jordana she's pretty, and I think you got a shot at this point. I mean, Johnny, what is she, about 50?
Yeah, but she's also, a lot of people don't realize this. She's a champagne room girlfriend. There's no sex in that. Just so you know.
It's, MST says, link to Elisa saying he has an illness. Oh, I would love to see that. If you have one, send it. I will definitely play it on this program. Any proof that she's human garbage. I mean, look, I think we've proven our case over the last year or so, but I'm always for adding more evidence on. You see, ma'am, you're what we call a grenada. This one's a slam dunk. We just have to show up. I don't know if you heard the news or not yet, but Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
not Dr. Jill.
Yeah, Dr. Jill testing positive for COVID. So here we go. They're going to try and use all of these positive tests, and they're going to use all of these different things to try and stoke the flames again and try to stir up the panic once again. But wait a minute. I thought Jill Biden was vaccinated and boosted. And like uber boosted and triple boosted and quadruple boosted.
Which makes no sense then, because weren't they also still always taking those mask precautions and everything? They've done everything right. So all of the stuff we have should have protected them. It's preposterous.
That is really wild to me.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
If she hadn't taken all those steps, bet it would have been way worse.
Oh, do you know how much worse this would be if she hadn't taken all the... Oh, boy, it would be terrible. Skeezy says they will try and they will succeed. Look, man, I got two sides of me. I got the side that hopes, and I got the side that knows. The side of me that hopes that people are going to defy if they try this shit again. The side of me that hopes says that, they're going to resist this time. The side of me that knows that we talk a good game until it's time to take the revolutionary act, and then we do whatever gets us to keep collecting a paycheck. And look, man, I'm hoping, and that goes for me as well. I'm hoping that I resist. I'm hoping that I don't comply if they try to do this shit again. Do I know for a fact I won't? I don't know. I don't know until we're there, but I really hope that everybody refuses to comply, and I really hope that everyone resists this time. Johnny, where's your faith at this point?
I don't think people will. I know I'm not going to comply this time. They can't really threaten me with anything. So I'm just like, screw it. I'm gonna just go against it. I don't want to wear masks. I'm certainly not supporting lockdowns. I know I have no faith that the police will defend the people at any point and be like, all right, this is horseshit, and I'm not going to enforce these laws because they're bullshit.
Right. Yeah, they're probably not going to at all.
Just off of with us, sorry to interrupt, but what's happened with us with the Minnesota marijuana legalization thing, they legalized it with little to no framework. So they're still going around arresting people for going against a framework that isn't really in place. So it's just like, oh, well, you're not really complying with the law. What is the law? We don't know yet.
We're not really sure. You're right. You're right, man. Barrister with $5 says, first time I've turned into your show and did not want to see your co-host boobs. You like him for his brain then? I mean, that's a compliment. We're going to choose to take it that way. $6.99 from Marcus Chandler with $6.99 says, and Hunter tested positive for cocaine.
The hell you say?
Yes. James Corley says, hey, Aaron, I just tweeted you a page of Elisa clips. The clip you want is on the top row, second one over. Do you want to check this out?
Yeah.
All right, we'll check it out. Thank you guys very much. 180 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for continuing to drop that down. What do you say we get within striking distance, which is 150, by the end of this hour? That would be cool. Let me go over to my Twitter. We'll wrap up this Elisa Jordana thing. I want to hear her say, so she said that this guy has a disease and needs to get better. And she said this after he got arrested? Oh, my God. Scroll down to select a video. Is this the this? I think
he calls me every day. He loves me a lot. He had an illness, in my opinion. In my opinion, it was an illness that he could not fix. I don't think he chose it. I really don't. I don't think he wanted to be that. He wanted to be good, but he was sick in a way where his brain chemistry, in my opinion, not everybody agrees with me, and they definitely don't agree with me, but in my opinion, so I have depression, right? I've had it for my whole life.
No way. No, I don't believe you. With those dead eyes and that obviously medicated energy, I could have never guessed.
I love that someone paid just $3 and they got this read out loud that says she knew about it and enabled it, and then just
pedophile. Yeah, I like that. I like that they can on that IRL shit because she doesn't have any talent. She can't do a show. She can't do anything like that. So she has to basically walk around the streets letting people write whatever horrendous garbage that they want to. And she has to read it. And she has to let it play. But I mean, look at this. The fact that if you like her, if you say she's pretty or you worship at her feet, she won't say anything bad. She'll say you had a disease. She'll say you had an illness. You weren't a monster. You weren't human garbage. You weren't scum on the bottom of someone's shoe. I apologize to the scum on people's shoes for saying that. She won't say it. She can't bring herself to. She cannot.
You have an illness if you turn yourself in before you do anything.
Right.
If you do something for 40 consecutive years, you don't have a disease or an illness. You're a horrible piece of crap for doing that shit. And quite frankly, going like, oh, I regret it now. Great. That really makes up for 4 decades of abusing people that you regret it now.
Yeah.
And no matter what I do, it does not get fixed. So I think he had an illness that could not be fixed, a mental illness. That's what it was. So that's why I'm not going to talk badly about him. I wish he didn't do those crimes. I'm not going to work with him anymore. He's in jail, but I want to move on. And there's nothing more to say about it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So people.
Every time she gets caught with one of these fucking losers, every time it's time for her to pay the piper and pay the cost for what she's done to sell her soul to just for $3 on IRL streaming, she goes, why are we talking about it? Why are we even talking about it anymore? Botter, same thing. I like Botter. Why do we even have to talk about it? Because people commit crimes around you and you enable them and you allow them to do it. This is not the first felon that you have held close to you, Elisa. You are a problem. You're a bad guy. You're not just a harmless little pixie out there in IRL. First of all, you're not a little pixie anymore. You're going to, before you know it, you'll be qualifying for Social Security, for Christ's sake. You're not a spring chicken. You're pushing 50. And these aren't the first felons you've ever hung out with. And every time you get caught, you play the same old song and dance. Oh, just because I used them and manipulated them and took these mentally ill people and made them worship me doesn't mean I have to take responsibility and talk about them when they do fucked up shit, which they inevitably will. You're a problem. And you're a parasite at the same time. Parasite to Benji, parasite to Howard, parasite to Andy Dick, parasite to apparently swatters and child molesters now. So you're so obsessed with being famous and the idea of being a nobody bothers you so much that you'll associate with the literal scum of the earth if it can keep it going a little bit longer. Oof.
People want to call him a...
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The idea she won't, no, that's cool, I get it. But the idea she won't denounce somebody that's done that, like this whole oh, I think he just has a problem, he just has an illness, and then she brings it back to her life and how she has a problem and an illness. Then she has a kinship with this, and I'm like, that's not how you don't be like, oh well, this is how I can relate to him with my own life. Like no, there shouldn't be relating to people for this, because this is a horrendous thing to do, let alone to do for 40 years and just suddenly be like, oh, I regret it.
She really is just a piece of shit.
So people want to call him a pedophile all day. Obviously he was that, but I believe that he had an illness that he could not be cured.
I think and then somebody just did the pedophile thing again over and over and over and over again. I hope that's all she gets.
I hope Nintendo knows she's using the Mario coin ding. That is very much the exact ding.
Copyright. Yeah. Is this now? What's this Jadis thing?
Hi, Seth. I'm so sorry about that. There's a guy named Jad Ian Weinstein, J-A-D, Ian Weinstein, who's actually a very bad guy. You could look him up, his criminal record. He has 3 mugshots. He's the one.
Oh, okay. So this guy's a bad guy because he has a criminal record. But your guy, so this guy doesn't think you're pretty. Apparently this Jadis guy doesn't think you're pretty, doesn't think you're good. So we got to look up his criminal record. He's a bad guy. That guy you got to keep an eye on. But the 40-year child molester who thinks your eyes are cute, he just has a disease. Oh, Johnny, I can't go back down this rabbit hole again. I hate her so fucking much.
I just figured what his come to Jesus moment was.
What's that?
He saw Eliza without makeup, and he went, holy shit, you're that old? Oh, my God.
I'm turning myself in. My whole existence has been a lie. Oh, my God. James Worley says, Aaron, you will love many of the clips on that page. They expose her so much. Jadis was her ex-producer and left her after working with her for a couple of days. That makes sense. So this guy left the cult. He didn't want to be around her anymore. So now he's a bad guy with a criminal record. This is classic cult leader behavior. If somebody leaves, demean them, demean their reputation, everything else. Meanwhile, she'll take that same guy aboard with that same criminal record, and as long as he thinks she's pretty and she's queen and she should be followed, she will defend him to the hilt. She'll defend Botter, she'll defend the child molester, but that guy leaves. He's got a criminal record. He's got a mugshot.
Holy crap.
What?
I just realized that's the same thing the Church of Scientology does.
You know what? I respect the Church of Scientology far more than I respect Elisa Jordana.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying there's a coincidence there. I'm just like, weird.
As a matter of fact, I publicly apologize to the Church of Scientology for any inference we may have made that they're on the same level as Elisa Jordana.
Myself as well. I just, like I said, it just seemed weird that they behaved the same way. Wow.
Well, I tell you what, if you're part of the Elisa community and you liked that segment, feel free to clip it if you'd like to. We're going to clip the whole thing and put it up eventually, but if you want to use it for clips, I'm not one of these shows that gets bitchy and cunty about that. Go bananas. Use what you'd like. Except
sugar.
Yeah, except Mersha's phone call. Don't use that one. It's bad news. Thank you to The Mood. He says, Wiki is saying she was born in 1988. X to doubt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. She was born in 1988. Yeah, maybe her last facelift was born in 1988. But, yeah, I don't think... I don't think
she's younger than me and she looks that bad already?
Right. MST says, nope, she was born in 1979. Yeah, so she's almost 50. Easy on the, and you're still doing that shit. She's a user. All right, guys, 175 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. The links are in the Rumble and YouTube chat. Check it out and throw us a couple of bucks. Become a member on our channel, whichever you'd like to do. Let's knock that number down, knock out our goal today, and do a half hour of overtime. So, yes, Jill Biden tested positive for COVID. Look, she's going to be fine. She's experiencing mild symptoms. The 71-year-old had previously tested positive in August of last year and had quarantined for 10 days at that time. Well, I mean... Here's my question about all this hysteria around the resurgence of COVID, quote unquote. Hasn't it already spread now?
Yeah.
Like there's no point in locking down or doing anything. Like it's already gone through. I've had it. A bunch of people at the anniversary show had it. Jill Biden's had it. It seems like it's spreading pretty quick. I mean, to lock everything down and to put those restrictions back on would do nothing to help the problem. It's already here. And then you got to think about this. Like, okay, we've come to that realization now. What about when we first started locking down? Wasn't it probably the same concept? That, look, this thing's already here. And, it's not like you're going to beat it by locking down. So why don't we just live our lives, keep the businesses open, everything else? And obviously we know how that went. Unfortunately. Let's go ahead.
It's not like all of a sudden, like, oh, there's a rash of people getting COVID and they're getting hospitalized and they're having trouble dealing with it. First lady caught it and my God, she might not make it. Like everybody, oh, it's, mild symptoms or, they're not showing any symptoms. So again, I'm just like, why would we bother locking down for this? It seems like we're good.
Right. And not only that, but remember we did that story out of Detroit where that new variant. Oh, my God, we got the new variant. It's here. It's 7 cases in 4 countries. And they showed the video of a guy on a ventilator and everything else. And then they went, by the way, the guy who has it is an elderly man who's experiencing mild symptoms.
Yeah, so not the person on the ventilator we showed, by the way. That was just fear propaganda.
This is actually just a scene from the movie Joyride. That's it. But so look, new variant. Do your worst. I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll live with it. Carry on. And if they do try to lock down, most importantly, we need the businesses not to comply, because if the people don't comply, but the businesses shut down, then what does it matter? You need the economy to stay open. So hopefully if they do try it again, which they haven't yet, hopefully enough businesses don't comply. And then, we can kind of power through this one. But then again, the government has a really long history of taking the people who wouldn't comply and just cutting checks and going, don't worry about it. Here you go. Of course, we saw what that did. Mexican parents burned textbooks infected with, quote, virus of communism in fiery protest against gender ideology. We've been talking about this, about how this open border thing might end up backfiring on Democrats.
Yep.
Because you've got a lot of these people you want to bring in from these third world countries also happen to be remarkably Catholic, and not like American Catholic. This is like they believe it Catholic.
like they still have a problem with the gay community, Catholic. Like,
Right.
I don't even know how much they're willing to let that float. But you're lucky if you can get that boat past them.
Exactly. So Christian groups in Mexico have taken to the streets in protest of their Department of Education, with one group burning books they believed was laced with Marxist communist indoctrination last week. Parents in Mexico from Christian organizations have taken to the streets in the thousands to oppose new textbooks from the Ministry of Public Education that they deem to contain sexual and gender ideology content. At least 12,000 people attended. To which the Republican Party said, get their asses across the border yesterday, please. They want them in town post haste. One of the 32 states which comprise the federal entities of Mexico is Aguascalientes. Parents also burned the books in question in Chiapas, a southern Mexican state bordering Guatemala. Many of the residents of the town are evangelical Christians. So it mobilized the parents into activism. They piled up boxes of the new textbooks and set them on fire. Here's some of the pictures. Yeah, those aren't empty cardboard boxes. Those are just boxes loaded with the textbooks.
I'm only burning my half.
Yeah, I'm only burning my half. The things I need are cheap. Textbooks, pencils. It's not about textbooks. It's about sending a message. Well, I mean, look, it's, that's kind of the rude awakening that America is going to have to deal with in some parts. That you think that you've got a debate on all this gender shit on your hands here in America. Wait until you go to other countries that are not as tolerant as America. I don't know where college-aged progressives in America got this idea that somehow the rest of the world is so much more enlightened on this issue than we are. Nope, we're about as good as it gets.
Well, they've spent so much time hating America and particularly white cisgender males because those are the key evil thing. So when you go to these other places, well, of course, these are people of different ethnicities and cultures. Obviously, they'll be more open and understanding. It's not those evil Americans. And then they go, nope, let's decapitate them. Wait a minute, what?
Yeah, they go down, oh, these third world people in Central America will be understanding. And it's kind of like the rainforest episode of South Park.
Yep.
Where they think they're going to, the little kids will sing them a song about gender, but all they're going to do is go, okay, and just stare at you blankly. Curly Adam with $5 says, fucking bigots, love them. Wait, how did he get to put the F word in a super chat?
No idea.
How does that work?
How do those work?
I've honestly never seen that before.
Maybe because he has a wrench. Huh?
I don't know. Curly, how did you end up putting curses in a super chat and get it to work? Is fucking not seen as not picked up?
That's not a curse, it's a verb.
I'm flabbergasted by this. Greasy N-word over on Rumble with $5 says, remember, it was the government response that did the damage, not the virus itself. I mean, we just have enough science now. We have enough study and data and backup to know that, look, it really was horse shit. By the way, those two guys just put us at 170 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Oh, man. And Curly Adam with $2 says, because I'm and then puts the gay F word. Johnny, you must be right. Maybe it's the wrench that allows him to do that.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Holy shit. You're going to have a lot of people on this channel begging me for wrenches now so they can put naughty words in their super chats.
Yep, already got one.
Oh, really? Come on, make me No, I can do it. No, I'll be a really good mod. I promise. Please.
I take it back. I don't think Patrick Pewterschmidt necessarily was asking for it. He just said wrench privilege.
Oh, yeah. Schnoop Jimbo wants one, though.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Hey, Johnny, I tell you what, why don't you plug Just Kidding LLC? Why don't you talk to the chat a little bit? I'm going to go drain myself quickly, and we'll be right back. We got a bunch of stuff today. 170 away from today's goal, and we're not even at 9 o'clock yet. So let's get within striking distance, and thank you guys very much for your support. See you in a minute.
Going to work with his wrench. I'm going to be on today at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Just kidding, LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. And we'll be talking about a couple of different stories. I have a campus sex story. I don't know if we get to that today. I'm planning to talk about that. And then there was a couple of other things we have, including a passengers booted for refusing to sit in the seats. And so it's going to be an interesting day. We'll grab whatever news and stuff happens after that. The fun part with my show is we like to have interactions from the chat, and the chat's up on the screen, so it's a little bit more involved. Other than that, it's just a good fucking show. And now Ryobi Powered Vibe dropping a thing. I'm going to need one of those wrenches, please, just for a second, says Marcus Chandler. I don't know. I feel like that's up to Aaron, but if you're willing to buy it, I mean, you'll have to ask him what the price is. I think it's higher than...
All right. What did I miss? Anything good? Marcus Chandler with $6.99 says, I'm going to need one of those wrenches, please, just for a second. And Ryobi with $2 says, fucking test. All right. Hey, Coltrane. Hold on a minute. That's very funny. I personally have no problem with that. My only thing is I don't want the channel to get in trouble over the super chats that the moderators put up. So Coltrane, thank you for the $2 and very, very funny to me. Just trying to cover my ass. That's all, buddy. 165 away from today's goal. Oh, by the way, if you don't have a wrench and you want to do that and you don't want it ever deleted, PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo. I'm sure you could include those messages and you don't even have to have a wrench for it. Rusty Grammar says, I would tread lightly. You already have 2 strikes. I have 1. They leave after like 90 or 120 days or something. We have 1, and I think our strike expires in 2 weeks. So maybe our shadow banning will go away after that too.
Be nice.
Thank you guys very much. 165 away from tearing down that goal today. You are, boy, are you getting there. Oh, and over on Rumble, you can say whatever you want as well. So there's all kinds of options outside of getting a wrench. I'm sorry. There's just some of you that I know if I gave you a wrench, you would force me to live to regret it. I know you. That's all. Johnny, please tell me you've seen this Delta flight story. I can't say too much without giving it away. But this Delta flight that was forced to land for a biohazard?
I think I know what one you're talking about.
A Delta flight from Atlanta to Barcelona was forced to turn around and make an emergency landing after a passenger had diarrhea all the way through the plane.
Oh.
Now let me ask you something. Diarrhea all the way through the plane, does that mean like the entire flight? Or does that mean they left a trail of diarrhea as they tried to make it to the bathroom?
I feel like it's the second one.
Oh, no. You're just trying to have a nice time. You're going to Spain. You're going to have a nice vacation. And
there's smell the whole time.
And then the drizzling shit's running down a guy's pant leg and the brown and the juice and the...
And then there was someone in the bathroom, so he had to wait for a minute. There's a puddle, but it looks weird because his feet left an outline, so it's like someone left a brown E on the floor, or is that a 3? He went number 3.
It really is. D. Gulag says, Alpha move. Matt Fields calling it the Trailo Dookie. Yay.
He dominated that whole plane.
Oh, somebody says open a window. Yeah, it's just all you want is some ventilation 35,000 feet above the ground. You're like, I don't care if we all get sucked out. I'm not breathing in this shit air. And then, look, they turn the plane around and they land, and that's all well and good. But you've still got to get the clearance to land. You've got to find the next airport. You've got to fly to it. You got to make sure you're not going to crash into any other planes. I mean, that's still at least a 1-hour process, isn't it?
Possibly. People are puking into their hands.
Yeah.
The captain over. This is your captain speaking. We've just been informed that due to a slight delay, we're going to be in a circle pattern for about 15, 20 minutes.
Atlanta to Barcelona flight time. 8 hours and 35 minutes. Thank God they didn't get diarrhea like right over the Atlantic. And then you're just sitting there, you have nowhere to emergency land. You're just like, well, guys, this is your captain speaking. Sorry about the shit smell, but we are right over water. So unless you want me to Sully Sullenberger this bitch, hold your breath in intervals of about 30 seconds and breathe through your mouth. Thank you. Now, the Airbus A350 aircraft was 2 hours into a transatlantic flight from Georgia to Spain on Friday when the pilot asked to come back because of the fecal fiasco. This is a biohazard issue. The pilot said to air traffic control, recorded, we have the actual air traffic. Yes, please. I want to hear this.
I would like to hear him say the shit has hit the fan.
I would like him to say somebody diarrhea poopied all over the floor.
We have a code brown. Code brown.
Please tell me this is the audio of the call. Hold on a minute.
Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so they want us to come back to Atlanta.
You're right. He had to say diarrhea over the radio. If you're an air traffic controller too, that's got to kind of make your day, because you don't get to hear fun words when you're doing air traffic control, and then all of a sudden one guy says diarrhea, so you get to have a nice giggle during one of the most stressful jobs there are as a human, guiding air traffic.
But then you do also have a new problem added. You got to juggle another plane into the mix.
That's true, and it's sloshing with shit.
Yeah, how do you rank that? All right, so this one's running low on fuel. This one's been in a holding pattern for a bit, but this guy's coming in hot with poo on deck. And
not only that, the guy actually doing the diarrhea is just sitting there sobbing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
This is your captain speaking. We're about to land. I need all of you to go back to your seats, and please, yes, even you, the guy diarrhea shitting in the bathroom. I'm sorry.
We need you to go back to your seat. All right. Look, it is a healthy amount of diarrhea, sir. And I'm sorry for whatever your insides are going through, but we need to start thinking about other people right now.
He can't possibly have anything left.
All of a sudden he gets back to his seat and he goes, and the whole plane goes, don't you do it. Somebody shove an olive up his ass or something. Plug that thing up.
I don't know if an olive is going to be good enough. I feel like that's just a toy. Like a necklace.
I knew I shouldn't have taken the brown eye to Barcelona. Matt Fields with $2 says it's the brown eye flight to Barcelona. Thank you, buddy. Rex Dart parody account. When you're flying into Spain and mom's sliding down the plane, diarrhea.
You didn't say you were on the red eye flight. No, that's pink eye. I got that because of air contact with human feces.
When the plane is off the ground, but the carpet's turning brown, diarrhea.
You didn't make a trip to Spain? Yeah, a bunch of bullshit. Well, I mean human shit, but you get the idea.
When you're on a transatlantic flight and your intestines start to fight, diarrhea. It's a fun. It worked as kids. It works now. 01 calling it the pink eye flight.
Yeah.
To Spain. Mr. St. Caesar says, I hope it wasn't a flight where they charge for toilet paper. They do in Europe. Oh, don't worry. Toilet paper was not part of this equation. I'm sure this was more of like a hosing down situation. I don't think that toilet paper. They didn't get to the toilet paper portion.
So they land. Who deplanes first? The rest of the plane, or the man shitting his brains out? Like which one's better?
Familiar human says, "Look at me. This is my plane now." Whether you want it to be or not. Everyone had to walk through this shit to get out, says familiar human. They really did. You gotta walk. You gotta sludge through shit. You're trying to jump over that row to get to the next row so you can walk up.
You got to beg to go before he does, because at least then once you're out of the plane, it's technically because it's still, the smell is going to be wafting out of the plane, and you're still going to be in that, that transit thing, up to the actual airport, and they have those relatively airtight for the sake of like warmth and stuff. So you're going to be walking and there's going to be a shit smell wafting with you. as you get out of the plane. And if he goes first, you run the risk of him, again, painting another trail.
You know what I like about your description of this is it's what everyone so badly was hoping they would get, is a very detailed description of the smells, sights, and sounds of a man diarrhea shitting all over a transatlantic flight. Greasy N-word with $2 says you can only say on Rumble if you are one. There, I read as much of it as I could on a YouTube platform. Over on Rumble, Mad Comic says, shouldn't we really have emergency runways on artificial islands by now? Well, yeah, but like, how often is a guy going to diarrhea shit all over your flight to Spain? You know, what are we really building it for? I ask you.
This runway in case someone needs to take a poop.
Yeah, come on, man. We got to build a shit island. So there's an oasis if people really need to, get it out. We've had a passenger who's had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so they want us to come back to Atlanta, the pilot said. The identity of the passenger remains a mystery, but the passengers and crew were transferred, and flight DL-194 finally made it to Barcelona at 5:10 p.m. the next day, 8 hours later than scheduled. It is not known if the passenger who had the digestive problem was aboard the plane when it touched down in Spain. An alleged Federal Aviation Authority flight strip was posted on Reddit, which appeared to confirm the situation involved, quote, biohazard all over the plane. Poor guy. Yeah, you can't really get mad at him because, look, you get sick, right? I mean,
They say this is
you got to stop it. You got to have a little bit of empathy for the guy, right?
I mean, yeah, he didn't necessarily get on the plane thinking, oh, any minute now, I'm going to really need to take a shit. I just, I feel bad for the guy just because it doesn't end there. I mean,
yeah.
Regardless of when he gets off the plane, like what you got to hope to get your luggage back and then maybe you can change or something. But otherwise, you got to get through the airport that way. And
what you're trying to say is it's a bad day no matter what.
Yeah, it's not going to be the vacation you remember.
It's gonna hang in there with you for a while, that memory. Wrestling Fat Faku says when you eat airport Taco Bell and your insides turn to gel, diarrhea. There you go. 165 away from today's goal, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, let's get there. Rumble, Super Chats, memberships, whatever the case may be, we're almost inside a striking distance. Oh, there's Red Fox Mad with $9.99. Says, cheers to the poor custodian that had to clean up all that shit. Yeah, how long is that plane out of commission? Because you got to come in and carpet scrub and disinfect and all that stuff. Oof.
How did he get it on the ceiling? All right. How?
Shit just sprayed everywhere. Thank you, Red Fox Mad, getting us down to 160, so almost within striking distance. Thank you guys for your generosity. Again, all the links are in the chat. Johnny, you ever follow or have you ever seen any of those like family YouTube channels?
No, I try to avoid them as much as possible. I think it's weird where you make your family like a YouTube thing.
Yeah. And this this family, Ruby Frank, a family YouTuber, was arrested recently, and this is to me, this should be the default we all assume whenever we see a family YouTube channel. Like anytime parents try to make their kids famous through YouTube. Who was that really famous one that we found out were absolute pieces of dog shit? Was it Daddy of Five?
Well, I thought the what is it? The John and Kate +8.
No, I'm talking about a YouTube family.
Yeah, I don't know about the YouTube one.
Yeah, I think it was Daddy-O5 or something like that. Friendo says the Imholtz. No, it was not us. I think Daddy-O5 ended up being like a really bad piece of shit. Like, I don't know if it was like either abuse or he like made them make the videos and shit like that. To me, anytime I see a family, YouTube family, it's obviously someone's forcing somebody to do the videos. And it should be... like, honestly, all of them should be looked at with suspicion. I'd even go as far to say as if you banned that kind of content from YouTube, it might be better for the people who are making the content as much as the people who are watching it. The Mood says all of them are. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that either. But now we've got a new one. Ruby Frank is a Utah family YouTuber and has been arrested. And maybe you can guess it. Take a listen why.
House a young child escaped from and went to a neighbor's house asking for food and water. They said that child was severely malnourished along with another one they found inside the same home. Now, we talked to neighbors in this area and they said that they don't really know the homeowner of this home very well, but she's in business with a woman who has gained a huge following online with YouTube videos getting hundreds of thousands of views.
So being a mom's a full-time job, but
Popular Utah family vlogger Ruby Franke was arrested Wednesday. The 41-year-old mother of 6 is known for sharing clips of her children's daily lives on their now defunct YouTube channel, 8 Passengers.
Red flag number 1, shares videos of her and her kids on YouTube. That is another one of these borderline Munchausen bitches who has a bunch of kids, no guy to tell them, no, you're not putting our children on the fucking internet just so you can get famous. You're not going to put your kids up there and tell everyone, oh, yeah, it's because my kids are so wonderful, when really what it's about is appealing to your own ego and getting nice comments and people telling you what a great mom you are because you don't get enough validation from your children. So you have to go to strangers on the internet to try to seek that validation. But if you're
just use the kids as pawns in the meantime, great.
Right. That's it. The kids are just there as literally cast members in your show. You don't see them as your children. They need to protect them. They are there to get views. They are there to make money. And because this whole thing is about you. That's my biggest problem with these people is I want to yell. I want to scream at these women. I want to yell right in their faces and go, I'm willing to forgive this. If you would just admit that it was for you, you know, the Jesse Pinkman thing, you know, just tell me you want this. Just one time.
But someone in Alex Nerio was saying she has a husband. He's in the video, which makes it even worse.
That's even worse to me then. Yeah, then he's a piece of shit too. And I apologize to this woman for saying that it's just her. Still a piece of shit, but now there's 2 pieces of shit raising kids. They've got 6 children. They, I guess, didn't practice any birth control. So then they thought YouTube would be their big ticket to paying for their kids. Remarkable.
Today, she and her business partner, Jody Hildebrand, are accused of abusing some of them.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months.
I don't know if you heard that because they mixed this audio so terrible in this story. She's arrested for child abuse.
Yeah, she's arrested for child abuse, and he was explaining a story about how his bedroom was taken away for 6 months. She, you can't get them anymore because even the day the story broke when I covered it, they took the clips down that fast. But they actually had clips on their YouTube channel, which baffled me, where at one point she bragged about how her kids are literally starving right now.
Yeah.
But she said they won't get any breakfast until they do their chores first. They won't get any food until they do their chores first.
Don't
so
you
it's like,
do the breakfast before the chores so they have energy to do them?
I don't know.
Oh, I get it. No, it's just for her YouTube channel so people will click like and watch it. Although you're right, Johnny, that is kind of a red flag. I mean, that there would be child abuse going on. If they're willing to do it as a bit for their YouTube channel, they'd be willing to do it just in their private lives. Also, the kids sneaking over to the neighbor's house and be like, Jesus, can I have a cookie for fuck's sake? I'm dying here.
And then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that. You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October. And they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago.
Police say a clearly malnourished 12-year-old child crawled out of the window of Hildebrand's Ivans area home. A neighbor called 911 when he showed up at their house asking for food and water. Officers say his wrists were duct taped. He had wounds from being tied up across his body. Investigators say they found...
So now, wait a minute. This is a chick who works for this YouTube channel?
They both got charged, but yeah, she works with this YouTube channel.
Piece of shit.
A 10-year-old girl inside the same house who was also malnourished. Frankie's family vlogs ended without a specific reason given. Frankie now...
I think this one's pretty cut and dry. I think we can use our heads, we put our heads together and figure out why the channel was taken down.
Where'd she go?
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, Elisa Jordana wouldn't take down her channel. She would say that this woman that got arrested, she's got some mental issues. But I'm still riding with her. You know, she's an okay person. She's just got some mental problems that she needs to take care of.
Has some personal difficulties to overcome.
Yeah, personal difficulties, different cultural norms.
Specific reason given, Frankie now works for the Utah County company Connections along with Hildebrand. It's described as a treatment program for those with mental health and addiction issues.
Wow, I've never seen someone actually get a job that is a projection. I've never. Well, I need to help really mentally ill people, says the woman who exploits her 6 kids on YouTube for some likes and clicks. Okay.
Connections has been the subject of a lot of controversy, specifically for its teachings on parenting. Many of Frankie's siblings are also online content creators. Her sisters released a social media statement saying, quote, Ruby was arrested, which needed to happen. Jody was arrested, which needed to happen. The kids are now safe. Frankie's eldest daughter, Sherry, posted this picture on Instagram with the caption, finally. In the next slide, she said her family is glad justice was served. She wrote, quote, we've been trying to tell police and CPS for years about this,
wow.
end quote. The Santa Clara...
Now that right there is part and parcel with a lot of these stories. You'll report and you'll report and you'll report and you'll report.
And member that's been in it and gotten out of it and been like, you guys got to look into this. Oh, you seem fine. We'll just ignore it.
Well, and the police say things like, well, we need inside confirmation. It's like, well, if they're abusing the shit out of them, nobody's going to complain until a fucking skin and bones 12-year-old that's to crawl out of a window and, make a no man's land dash for it. So they get to another house to tell them what's going on. Oh, my God. Yeah, if you see a family YouTube page, just automatically assume that someone's getting either... best case scenario, it's just the kids are getting fucked out of money. Worst case scenario, those kids are being abused terribly. And they're just to make kids do YouTube videos without their permission or consent, or to do these videos without asking them if they want to. I mean, that's already such a dog shit failure of a parenting job.
Even if they want to, I just feel like with everything that's on the internet and the way things go, and now with AI and stuff, just how about you just don't?
Yeah.
Just keep them off of your... If you want to do internet stuff, you do it about you. Put you on the line, but don't leave kids out of it.
Well, you see, Johnny, if she put herself online, nobody would give a shit and she wouldn't get any views. But if you do it and you make yourself look like hero mom while you're abusing your kids, they should never let this piece of shit out.
Ivan's police department did not provide an update on the children's condition. According to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, Frankie is still in custody. At this point, we know the Santa Clara Ivans Police Department is working with the Springville Police Department on this case. We will continue to bring you updates as we get them both down.
She'll be streaming with Elisa Giordano when she gets out of jail. Seems like the next workable, logical step, in my opinion. Curly Adams says, okay, we'd like police brutality now. Yeah, I mean, there are certain times where it can be forgiven, right? By the way, that $10 from Curly Adam puts us right within striking distance. So let's take down the rest of today's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. 150 away from hitting it today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Thank you very much for the support. Another thank you quickly to Ryan the Garbage Man with $5. Says, when you're trying to clench your cheeks, but then you hear a squeak, diarrhea. Diarrhea. Of course, a reference to the airplane story. Thank you, buddy. 145 away from taking this thing home and adding a half hour of overtime to the end of this hour. Thank you guys very much. 145 away. Let's all team up and gang fuck that goal out of existence, boys and girls. We have the Burning Man saga from this weekend. This kind of got overshadowed by literally every musician dying. But Burning Man it was a nightmare celebration this year. There was torrential rain in Nevada. It caused a giant mudslide in the desert where they were having it. And we're
just going to talk about the fact that protesters got pushed around. That was it.
Yeah, that was the beginning. And then, how it started, how it's going, kind of a thing. The driving ban at Burning Man was lifted yesterday, allowing the estimated 64,000 remaining attendees an opportunity to escape the festival grounds that were transformed into a muddy quagmire by torrential downpours. Now, see, I think that if any festival can kind of ad-lib with a mudstorm, it would be Burning Man. because it's not a celebration that's really concerned itself with cleanliness too much over the years.
Yeah, it's usually concerning itself with getting fucked up.
Right. Getting fucked up, getting fucked, the orgies, tripping and everything. I mean, mud just seems like something you can kind of work with, but apparently this was really, really bad. Exodus operations were officially underway in Black Rock Desert, Nevada, thanks to drier ground, festival organizers said in an update posted to its website at about 2 p.m. yesterday. An endless line of vehicles and RVs were slowly leaving the area Monday, according to the images of the mass exit. But even though the driving ban was no longer in effect, organizers urged those still in attendance to delay their departure until Tuesday to reduce some of the road congestion. Please know that while conditions are improving and roads are drying, the playa is still muddy and may be difficult to navigate in some neighborhoods and down certain streets. You know, if you're one of the 64,000 people that was stuck in the mud all weekend and you finally get to leave and the authorities go, all right, now can some of you hang back for a little bit? It's just going to be a series of middle fingers out the window as they drive by you.
When you start it with, and this happened at Burning Man, I'm just like, oh, shame.
What a shame. Like I said, if there was any festival that wouldn't be affected by a little bit of mud, Burning Man could definitely make it. Attendees were also asked to walk out of Black Rock Desert, not to walk out of Black Rock Desert as others, including comedian Chris Rock and DJ Diplo, did over the weekend. Yeah, apparently Chris Rock hitchhiked out of Black Rock Desert. He was at Burning Man, which Chris Rock seems a little old.
Why was he at Burning Man is the question. Was he performing? It just...
Right? I don't know. Maybe he was. But yeah, he hitchhiked his ass out of there. Friendo says, I was going to go to Burning Man in 2012, but I got fucked up bad in 2011. Sad I missed it before celebrities started going. Yeah, Burning Man has kind of been... Like now it's kind of been co-opted as something cool, whereas before it was like just for weirdos and total lunatics and just a lot of weird hippies getting fucked up. Now it's kind of Coachella'd itself a little bit. I think a lot of people, they started going there and they made Burning Man a thing, and then Burning Man became like a tourist attraction. So now you had two groups of people. You had the original Burning Man people going, but then you had the people who were going to Burning Man to watch Burning Man. And so now you have these...
Again, it's kind of a big thing for everybody. Well, we're going to go see, Taylor Swift at Burning Man. Granted, she's not there yet.
Yet. She'll be there soon. Yep. Why was Danica Patrick at Burning Man, said Clint Brummo. Was she? Well, then that further goes to explain, the happy horse shit now that's around Burning Man.
I'll say that if Danica Patrick was there, I hope she wasn't driving.
That for sure. Absolutely not. Going to cause a wreck, for Christ's sake. And she'd probably get out of there last. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, what do truck drivers do if they have the shits and have no restrooms in sight? That would be a stinky mess. I mean, I'd imagine you just pull over in the ditch and take a shit and you bring toilet paper with you and you do the best you can? ? I don't know.
I do believe Buzzard Bob referred to having a bucket.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Buzzy Bob shit in a bucket. So there's that, too. $140 away from today's goal. So we are starting to get ever closer. We're inside of striking distance. Let's keep that going. Thank you guys very much. Super chats, memberships, Rumble rants, Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, whatever you'd like to do. Thank you very much. Into the 700s at one point today, into the 600s now. Thank you very much for your support. Hit like, hit subscribe. We do appreciate it. Let's take a look at this. Hassan Piker was trending yesterday.
Uh-oh.
And the reason Hassan Piker was trending yesterday is because on Twitter, he was making fun of some British guy who was not happy about a video game that came out recently that was asking people about pronouns. He saw the clip, he posted it on Twitter, and he tweeted, this weird British guy losing his mind over selecting pronouns in Starfield is the perfect demonstration of why we must bring back lobotomies. Okay? So he said that this guy should be lobotomized. A lot of people responded and retweeted Hassan Piker's thing, basically saying, no, you're a piece of shit. Like, this guy has a good... This Hassan Piker tweet oddly became a great looking glass into the divide in this country on gender and shit like that. I think if Hassan Piker would have left this one alone, and we'll watch the rant here in a second, I think if Hassan would have just left it alone, most people would have went, dude, fucking chill. It's a video game. Like, take it easy.
Cares?
Yeah, relax, bro. You're losing your shit. Don't have a fucking heart attack on stream. But with Hassan Piker going in there and being like, this guy should have a lobotomy, now it forced people to go, look, I think that this guy's being silly. I think he's being a little crazy. But boy, is Hassan Piker a little cunt.
Yeah, now I'm on his side just because you pushed too hard.
Right, and that's kind of with a lot of things now is how it goes. But let's go ahead and watch this guy's rant on Starfield. And you can see if you're on his side, if you're on Hassan Piker's side, or if this is a classic hate, as they call it. Here we go.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off. Fuck that. Bethesda.
Oh, shit. He's taking his headphones off. That means he means chubby business.
There is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, oh my God, just think of this world. Just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go.
Okay, so if there's no Hassan Piker, just listening to the setup of this is a guy who needs to go do shit outside a little bit.
Yeah, this is someone who's way too invested already.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, we get it. You're playing an RPG. Here's the other sad part, dude. You're really, really old. So to be ranting about a video game just in and of itself kind of seems lame. No, I have yet to see the person who's like my age. It doesn't matter if it's DSP or Snoop Dogg. I have yet to see the person who's a grown adult losing his shit about a video game on TV or whatever. And I go, yeah, I can understand that guy. He doesn't seem like a giant child at all.
Right. Buy a different video game. They shouldn't be getting you this upset. And judging by all the action figures and the stuff you have behind you, you don't have a problem with immersion.
Yeah.
You're pretty immersed, if you will. But he's upset at the game. He's upset at Bethesda. He's mad at them, and he's just getting warmed up.
I'm excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us.
He said current day us, by the way. Meaning, like, do all the social shit. Wait until you find out what this is all about.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
The game asked him his pronouns.
So if they're so boring, why are you playing the game?
Right. You know the only way you're going to hurt this company that's asking you your pronouns is to stop buying their products. If you continue, like, I love how these people want to make these anti-trans videos for clout on the pronouns and the shit like that, but they don't want to stop playing the game. They want to go on the internet and virtue signal. This shows you that virtue signaling, by the way, is not just a lefty thing. Both can do it. They want to go online and virtue signal, but still play the video game. Meanwhile, the talking about it on the internet does nothing to hurt the company. Meanwhile, stopping playing the video game and not making the video hurts the company a lot more than whatever the fuck this is called. And again,
I bet it's just in the beginning where they have you put your pronouns in there so it can help with the way the game is set up. Because the part that a lot of these people don't realize, because of the bullshit that's happened, there is now a very vocal community that will immediately go, hey, this Starfield game is awesome. You're supposed to play anything, be anyone, but I can't be a man that identifies as a woman or vice versa.
Right.
And again, it's one of these things where it's a stupid thing and it doesn't matter, but you can't say that. And if they put it in the game, for most of us like myself who don't give a shit, I just click it into being, yeah, I'm a dude. Those are my pronouns. This is dumb. And unless it's actually involved where it keeps bringing it up, what are your pronouns? What are your pronouns? What are your pronouns? Who the fuck gives a shit?
Yeah. Or it asks you at every checkpoint if you want to cut your character's dick off and give him a pussy. Like, that would be weird. I would understand that.
I'll take the tits just because I need something to play with in the downtime, but I'm attached to the appendage.
Well, like this guy, dude, they've been asking your gender and shit on video games forever. I mean, you don't need to start screaming this hard. I think this guy saw a chance to go on one of the pronouns rants, and he didn't realize that this wasn't one. This is like a Will Ferrell in Old School. We're going streaking through the quad to the gymnasium kind of a thing, where he thought everybody would be following behind him, and instead we all went, dude, we get what you're doing, and we understand, but like, you're losing your mind.
Who's the action figure on the end of the top shelf? Is that supposed to be you, or is that Rich from Review Tech? I'm not sure.
He's fucking mad.
We can't see past our own fucking reflection. That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company.
Yes, Johnny?
You're talking about a game where you play a character, and the whole game is about you playing your character. I mean, can't see past your reflection. The idea of immersion is you make the character you want. It's narcissism at its peak because you get to be everything you want to be, right. Even if the thing you want to be is a total piece of shit just for the fun of it. It's just, and now you're complaining because, again, just the pronouns thing.
Yeah.
I not heard anyone else complain about it, which means it's just in the beginning of the game when you make your character.
Hassan Piker should have like a handler who knows how much of a douche he is, so that when a video like this comes out and Hassan goes, hey, I want to tweet about this guy, they'll go, don't. People who think this guy's a fucking dipshit will be on his side just because you tweeted about it. Like, there's a lot of people who are getting this guy's back, and I'm like, whatever happened to the days where we could just laugh at both dipshits at the same time?
Yeah.
Like, this guy doesn't need to get so worked up about his fucking video game, asking him if he's a he, him. And if he does, he can just not play the video game. And Hassan Piker doesn't have to wish that we drill a hole into his brain. Both of you are insane. If there's a culture war and these are my two choices, I choose being an expat. So I'm sorry, I'm not letting these two dictate some culture war. No, these are just two dipshits who spend way too much time in their own homes.
Fuck your immersion. Fuck you having a good time. Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, no, no. Current fucking day.
So does that mean you picked he, him, or what?
You know what? Fuck this. I'm getting in Baldur's Gate 3 where I could just bear and be a normal person.
I want the bestiality back in the games, not the current year shit. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to play GTA 5 and beat up hookers to relieve my stress. It is interesting the things that people find offensive about video games. Like, for this guy, it's being asked his pronouns, but how many games has he played where he disembowels people and commits R words and bombs people and shit like that? That's fun, that's immersion, but if you ask if you're a he, him first, I mean, you have to have a total and complete meltdown.
Fuck off! You're boring! You're fucking dull! You have nothing to say! You are a one-hived mind twat waffle!
Oh, he's Johnny, in the middle of his angry rant about gender, he said twat waffle. That's
I don't like him using that word so flippantly.
I don't like anybody with a penis using that word thinking they're being cute and cunning and witty. Oh, twat waffle. Oh, get it? I put a vagina thing with a food. So, all right.
Blueberry.
You're a cunt pickle.
That's all you fucking are. And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired. You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything.
I mean, dude, this is a weird spot because, like, yeah, there are places where they're doing that. This isn't one of them.
And again, If it is, why are you going back?
Yeah, play something different. Unless you're just really into cutting angry wrestling promos. I mean, then I get it. You got plenty of opportunities then, I guess.
Every single solitary fucking thing!
Dramatic effect.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm a Christian. I apologize. Anything else? And then he fires up the game.
What a piece of shit.
What an asshole this guy is.
You know why he fired up the game? Because too many people are going to watch his stream, and he wouldn't dare sacrifice what everyone tuned in to see, which is the Starfield game. And I bet he'll have a nice little rant for 2 seconds about the gender thing. And then if he talks about it anymore, it will be him bringing it back up throughout the rest of it. I can't even get into this because they asked me fucking pronouns. And it's like, yeah, they did it at the very beginning of the game. Again, to pander to a group of people who would have complained if they didn't. And the rest of us can just go, oh, this is dumb, and move the fuck on. I hadn't heard anything about this. I've been paying attention to Starfield. I'm going to play it later today. Like, I haven't heard anything about this. This is the first time I'm hearing about it.
God damn. This guy was, oh boy, was he on one about fucking Starfield. Red Fox Mad with a YouTube video link and $9.99 says Chris Rock riding out of Burning Man. I just want to catch up with these real quick. Oh, this is for real? Oh, there he is.
For sure, Chris is going to have a huge bit in his next special about Burning Man because he was really bizarrely scared of what was going to happen. He thought there was going to be cannibalism and a day later, and didn't know people were going to run on our camp and steal our stuff. He had his New York Knicks jacket on, and he just got up with us and started walking. And we walked about 3 hours in the mud. Some kid recognized me on the road and said, "Hey, I'll give you a ride for the next 2 miles." And we gladly took it. And then we found some hippies in the street that had a...
Imagine recognizing Diplo before Chris Rock. I never want to meet that person. That's a generational. That's a millennial versus a Gen Zer right there. Someone says, "Hey, that's Diplo." Yeah.
I'm sitting there going, "You recognize fucking Diplo?"
Grab him by the throat. You say hi to Chris Rock right fucking now. Respect.
A Sprinter van, and we said, "Hey, we'll give you $1,000 and we'll Venmo you if you take us to the airport." And he had some beers, and we just got in the back of the car, and we just drove for 3 hours and listened to this.
That looks like a Burning Man vehicle, in fairness. Oh, shit. That actually looks kind of fun.
It looks like it probably...
Somehow I made the flight, and I made the show. I have no idea how it happened, but then went to my show in D.C. and had a great time.
Nice plane, bro. Shit. Well, there you go. Chris Rock got out of Burning Man, okay. Thank you, Red Fox Mad. Appreciate that. What do we have on this guy? Let's go through some of the chats here. This is one of those stories where it would have been helpful for Aaron and Johnny to be familiar with the creator. I'm glad I don't really understand that guy or know who that guy is because I just wanted to watch that. If that guy really, because look, there's people on the left side of things, and this is why I don't get into sides. Because there's people on the left side of things that obviously go way too far and they're nuts and it's hard to watch. But then people give everyone on the right a pass because, we're on the same side of this thing. But no, sometimes a lot of those right-wing people are really cringe and they just go, like they try to see, kind of like if you're a hammer, the whole world looks like a nail. And if you're one of these anti-social justice crusaders, everything looks like a transgression.
Well, I think what they're saying is he just always goes on a rant.
That's his thing.
Yeah, this is I forget what the name of it was, like Angry Tom or something like. I forget the name of the channel. There's some channel that got pretty big for being one of the main people getting angry about stuff he was reviewing with like video games and shit, and that became kind of a trend for a little while. But I also still don't care for it then. So literally, if that's his shtick and that's what he does, like, he should be better at it, because for the amount of effort he leaned into it, this is bullshit, this is crap, this is why people don't like your games. And then you go around immediately and just hit play on stuff.
Yeah, and then you play the game. That's my thing. Like, I think, a lot of people in our chat are standing up for this guy because they know who he is. But, like, I'm sorry, he comes off as a little phony to me. He comes off as self-righteous. He also comes off like he's trying really hard to be that guy. it looks like a concerted effort, like I'm going to be the voice of the voiceless on this. But to go on, it's almost Seinfeldian. It's almost Curb Your Enthusiasm-esque to rant about the game and talk about how shitty and Bethesda sucks and this and that, and then literally fire up the game and start playing. It just strikes me as a little phony.
Bethesda got bought by Microsoft. Microsoft is in the process of buying Blizzard. The last thing they want at any point is any of these game companies get stuck in any sort of stupid, like, gender war thing. So when it comes to stuff like this, video games for a while have realized, because people have complained, that if you don't have these options, you're leaving this community out and you're affecting this community. Whereas for the most part, gamers as a whole have, again, if you're an adult when you do it, you just kind of go, oh, this is stupid, but I don't care. Moving on.
Yeah, Freedom's Lunch says, AZ is better than both of you combined. I mean, I like you, Aaron. Johnny is always a weak link. No, he's not. But AZ is better. That guy is not better than me. I'm sorry. It's an opinion deal. I get it. You can like him better. That's fine. But I'm sorry. That guy, decaf, perhaps. Papa Dan says he's not wrong in what he's saying, but this isn't the hill to die on. Thank you. Like I just said a little bit ago, I said, yeah, there's definitely instances where, Disney, for example, is 1,000% doing it. I just don't know if your little video game asking your pronouns is, the crime against humanity that you're trying to play it up as. And it does seem like he's trying too hard. It's being diluted because he's ranting about the bigger issue, but through Starfield. T. Jefferson says he is always on one. That's what he does. Guys, you can like him. I'm not saying you can't like that. God, this is kind of the problem with criticizing individual clips or individual videos. People really like the guy, so they think I'm making a greater, broader statement on his work as a whole. I'm commenting on this one video, guys. You gotta take it easy a little bit. Laughing Lion says, as a cringy right-winger, I must object. Friendo says, where gender never comes up? Hunting deer or hogs. I've never been asked and never will be. Get outside to escape the lunacy. I think that's a great point. Avril says, I don't even play games. Can't give a fuck about games. I don't watch the guy, but it's the principle. Then find something that actually violates the principle and have the fucking courage of your convictions to turn the goddamn video game off. That's what I don't like about these people is, going back to the mom with the kids and the YouTube channel, or Elisa Jordana, or this guy, AZ. Fucking be about it then. Don't just sit there and put on a performance piece for me so you can go viral and then, all right, well, I'm done with that psychotic rant. Let me turn on the game and start playing. Get the fuck out of it.
He plays games that are cringe and that he hates. So apparently he plays stuff he doesn't like to have these rants.
So then you're purposely finding things to make yourself upset. So
that's what I'm reading in the chat.
Wow. Seems like a hell of a way to spend your time. T. Jefferson says, no, Aaron, I don't like the guy. I think he is clown shoes. He is a boring wannabe heel. But that's the vibe I'm getting from the guy. That's what I was trying to say. It sounds like a put-on character. And if it's a put-on character and that's what he calls it and that's what he says, that he's doing a character, then, God bless him. Good for him. But if this is like the hill he's going to die on, oh boy. I really stirred up. One thing I'm good at is I'm good at hitting a hornet's nest with a stick. That's for sure. I like that about this show, though. This show, we'll shit on anything. We'll watch something, and if it's something that should be shit on, we'll shit on it. I don't think about sides. I don't think about, who likes who or anything like that. I got my opinions. I got my jokes. Freedom's Lunch says he makes tons of money doing this. Good. I hope he does. Guys, I'm not saying he should be judged and be thrown in jail, or he shouldn't be allowed to have a channel. You guys, just because somebody makes fun of somebody you like doesn't mean you have to go full bore. He makes a lot of money. He's really popular. I really like him. Good. I didn't say you don't have to like him. I'm just saying I thought the rant was a little bizarre, a little over the top, and then to start playing the video game right after seems a little hypocritical to your criticism. But again, that's just me. Derek says, what queer is defending this neckbeard so valiantly? I know. Thank you, Freedom's Lunch. He says, I agree with Aaron 80% of the time, more than enough to stick around. All right. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Skeezy says, I'm with Aaron. String him up. I'm not stringing anybody up. I just thought, I started the whole thing by saying Hassan Piker was wrong to criticize this guy. Hassan Piker probably should have left this one alone because Hassan Piker criticizing him actually makes you like that guy more. And then I said, this kind of seems like a classic hate situation. But apparently, Johnny, the only one worth hating in this whole situation is me.
Apparently, both of us.
Yeah.
Both suck. Guys,
I guess now's not the time to let you know we're 130 away from today's goal because I have a feeling your response is fuck off. But 130 away from knocking it out. We are within striking distance, so keep those contributions coming. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Let's see if we can knock it out. We've got about 15 minutes before we rattle the offering plate and see if we can get the rest of that and do overtime today. Thank you very much. Citizen M says, if someone makes fun of Red Bar, I'll make sure a dissertation defending him reaches said cunt. I treat that shit like serving court papers. Yeah, but Citizen M, your whole gimmick is that you're insufferable, so it's okay. See? It's perfect. All right, guys, let's move on to something we can agree about. Fucking Ruskies, am I right? A Russian man threw a 10-year-old boy off a bridge in Germany for speaking Ukrainian over the weekend. Look, it's nice to see that the war, that there's actual passions being arisen from this war. It's because for so long, it's really seemed like this war was only happening on television. It seemed kind of sanitized or whatever. But apparently there really is a blood-borne hatred there. Either that or this was over soccer, one of the two. The police in Germany are investigating a Russian man who allegedly threw a 10-year-old Ukrainian boy off a bridge for speaking his native language. Well, if you would speak English instead of this current day shit, then this wouldn't happen. If you would be speaking English, I'm tired of you fucking with everything I love and taking language and not speaking English. I answer the phone. I don't want to press 2 for Ukrainian. Sorry, I hear that guy makes a lot of money.
Fucking Sputnik.
Yeah. If you want to see this game of Starlink, Starfield, you'll stop speaking fucking Sputnik. Pay him. Pay that man his money. Sorry. I'm trying to better the channel. That's all. Curly Adam with $5 says, come on, you fucking pores. Thank you, buddy. I don't find them to be pores. They're wonderful people. They'll contribute. We'll knock out today's goal. Oh. See, could I do that? I could be that guy. That really hurts, though. You know what? I do have a lot of respect for that guy if that's kind of his gimmick and he screams like that all the time, because I just did it for like 25 seconds and my chest is hurting. So that's a lot of rage. I don't think I could hang in there. My voice kind of hurts. My chest is beating really fast. Damn, man. Investigators are under the impression that the attack was politically motivated. Many Ukrainian refugees have faced backlash since making their way to Germany, a move that has been happening since the start of the conflict. Whoa. Wait a minute. Are we trying to make this a Russia-Ukraine war thing and not just a crazy person chucking a kid off a bridge thing? Because this story just says investigators are under the impression that the attack was politically motivated. Well,
so do we know the guy's Russian?
Well, he is a Russian man. He approached a group of children in Lower Saxony. The children were sitting on a bridge when the man came up to them. When they heard that they were speaking Ukrainian, he told the children that they should be speaking Russian. He claimed the Ukrainians started the war. Oh, okay. All right. He then pulled the hair of a small girl and threw a 10-year-old boy over the bridge's 5-meter railing into the canal, according to authorities. Look, this might be motivated by the war, but I also think it may be motivated by this man's clear mental illness.
He might just be fucking nuts.
This guy might be insane. Oh, Patrick Pewterschmidt saying, give Freedom's Lunch a wrench and call it a draw. You know what? Maybe we will. That might be the thing to do. Yes, Patrick Pewterschmidt says he committed a Crimea.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So he threw the kid over the 5-meter barrier. That's like 15 feet. So wait a minute. He grabbed a 10-year-old kid and threw him. I don't know. How do you throw a kid 15 feet in the air? That guy should be in the Russian military.
You're all hopped up on political rage.
Yeah, you're all hopped up on war. So you just grab him, you pick him up, you gorilla press him, and you just chuck him right over the damn thing. Guy Sartell says this guy is a parody of the Mall of America throwing a kid over the railing incident. Yeah, I mean, we did it first. No offense. I mean, it was our thing. $5 from John Jamingo over on Rumble says, how dare you have an opinion, jerk off? Well, look, I didn't know that guy was really popular. Apparently he's very popular and people get defensive. I'm sure people get defensive of this show some places. So I understand it. I get it. We got a 1-chip challenge death. Oh, that's good. I'm pleased about that before we open up our 8 o'clock hours. Oh, shit, we got 10 minutes before we rattle the cans and try to knock out today's goal. 120 away from today. So we're getting close. 120 away, $2 from Curly Adam. He says his dedication is appreciated. Absolutely. All right. Rumble, Streamlabs, YouTube, PayPal, Venmo. Go ahead, chip in. Thank you very, very much. So the 1-chip challenge is actually pretty highly marketed. Pretty much every gas station I go to, they've got this 1-chip challenge thing. It's you take the super spicy fucking death metal Diablo chip and you eat one. Now, where does the challenge part come in? You eat the chip and you don't drink any water or anything like that?
I don't know if you don't drink water or what, but the chip is literally designed. You're going to start vomiting on that more than likely, unless you eat spicy food all the time and you're kind of ready for it. I don't know. The chip challenge has always been dumb. Why do you want to see how spicy of a chip? How is that in any way enjoyable? What's the point of eating it?
I never understood the 1-chip challenge. Yeah, for that reason. The sole reason being you're just trying to make your mouth as hot as possible. What do you win if you sit there and you breathe fire for 45 minutes and then you go back to normal? Like, what is there? Does somebody come to your house? Do they give you a trophy? Are you granted $20? You know, do you get a t-shirt? Or do you just, I feel like it's one of those challenges where no matter what happens, you lose. Because either you have to drink a bunch of water, you have to ease the spice, and now you've lost the challenge, or you didn't do that and you just sat there looking like a dipshit for 45 minutes going like this. You look like Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels in Dumb and Dumber when they eat the peppers.
And most of the time when you eat spicy food, it burns on the way out too.
Yeah, now you're going to take a fire shit from eating a chip. Was it worth it? Well, let's see the price that this kid paid.
Poster boy who died after taking part in a social media challenge.
His mother believes he died from complications tied to the so-called 1-chip challenge. Our NBC 10's Darren Patella joining us live in Worcester. Darren.
You know, one thing the media, the local news especially loves to do is they love to get like a juicy social media trend killing somebody.
Yeah, and I don't think the chip actually killed him. I'm sure we're gonna find out there's more to it than that.
Well, I hope he was vaccinated.
Well, otherwise, then there'd be two things.
Imagine how much worse it would be.
I've never heard of this challenge. What is it? And we heard you talk to some of the friends. What are they saying about what happened?
The only reason she hasn't heard of the challenge is because in her contract, she's not allowed to eat 1 chip. It's just not allowed. You can't have that kind of.
As we go.
So basically the challenge is eating the hottest tortilla chip in the world and not having any drinks or food to try to calm it down in your mouth for as long as you can. And I did speak with the coach of that 14-year-old. He's distraught after the death of this teen, in shock, but also warning other people against these social media challenges.
So they're going to blame a social media challenge for this kid dying. What if it turns out to be like a lot of other teenagers we've seen over the last 2 years, where he got like cardiac arrest and he dropped dead, and now they're trying to blame it on the one chip challenge, but it might have been, something else.
No idea what you're talking about.
14-year-old Harris Baloba is being remembered on Monday as a great kid who loved his family and basketball. Just 3 days after his mother says Baloba died from complications tied to a social media trend called the One Chip Challenge, where you eat the world's spiciest tortilla chip and see how long you can go without finding relief with a drink or food.
I'm sorry, I'm calling bullshit on this. There is no way that this chip killed a 14-year-old.
At worst, if you had a severe reaction to this chip, you're going to vomit. That's the way the human body works. Yeah. If you put something in your body that your body cannot handle, especially in your stomach, your body will find a way to get it out.
Right.
And in that means going bleh and vomiting.
Yeah, this is horseshit. And now they're gonna blame these poor chips now for killing this kid when it was probably, media, if you want to get investigative and blame something, you could look at why so many 14 to 19-year-olds are having cardiac problems or dropping dead and see what's maybe changed over the last 2 years and whether or not that might have any bearing on these kids dropping dead so quickly.
Right, Aaron, I bet they were all doing the chip challenge and we didn't even look into it. Thank you.
Didn't even look. Yes.
Yeah. One of Baloba's basketball coaches recounting when he got the call, one of his players died after his family says
the only black kid on the team? They're fucked.
Classmate gave him the chip at school on Friday.
First thing was shock. When they said the name, I had to literally ask 100 times if this was him.
Baloba's mother says he went to the school nurse with a stomach ache and felt better after getting home, but shortly before he left for basketball tryouts, his brother yelled that Harris had passed out. He later died at the hospital.
Very quiet.
So was he even eating the chip at the time? So he ate the chip at school. He had a stomach ache. He was fine from the stomach ache. He went home and then he passed. No, that's cardiac arrest, motherfucker. His heart stopped.
It really sounds like the chip had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, this had nothing to do with a TikTok challenge or social media. God, the news is always looking for such clout, and then they backload the story with the actual facts. And now we're like, oh, that's, I wouldn't have reported this story if I were them, because all it's going to do is cause people to watch it. And then they're going to hear it and they're going to go, wait a minute. No, this is something else. Are you sure you didn't mean that this kid might? There's a lot of high school age athletes dropping dead, more so than usual lately. Are you sure it wasn't maybe, I don't know, something else?
Quiet kid when you first meet him. Not a child of many words, very smiled, very positive. So it was definitely difficult.
The autopsy results are pending, but Baloba's family and friends are warning others against social media challenges, especially this one where you can buy the chip in stores or online that local doctors say could kill you.
It could cause difficulty with breathing. I think it could cause issues with the esophagus.
Baloba's coach, friends, and family coming.
That doctor did not say it could kill you, though. That doctor just said you could have trouble breathing. That's about it.
And by the way, that is a reaction to either the specific chilies involved or just the things that cause the heat. That is a immediate thing. That's not a delayed reaction. You're going to have trouble breathing and your esophagus is going to get swollen pretty much immediately after eating the chip.
Right. Not when you get home from school. Yeah.
As a team to keep his memory alive, starting with a basketball workout in his honor this weekend.
I just hope this is going to bring awareness and hopefully we just stop this all in all.
So school administrators are offering their condolences and police are investigating this case.
And the autopsy is pending. So wait a minute. The whole school and all his friends and his coaches and everyone are just taking the mom's word for it on the chip thing? And then...
Yeah.
Wow. And then they're just going with it and going, oh, this is terrible. We got to stop with this chip deal. God. When this was only one, it could only be one other thing. Please. All right, guys, it looks like we got to get to rattling this here offering plate. We only got a little bit of a way to go. Oh, never mind. Hold on, I got to make sure I say the name right. This is from Catrick, Little Lemmy's adorable co-host. There you go, Catrick with $100. Thank you very much, Catrick. Good to see you again. Well, guys, it looks like we're not doing the offering plate because we're $20 away, thanks to Catrick. So if you guys want to, we put off the offering plate now until 10:25. If we get that far, if you guys want to throw in a couple of bucks and get us to that $20 mark, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I was all raring to go. I was ready, and then Catrick comes in with $100, and which I love. Thank you very much. But I know there's a lot of people who tune into Steel Toe right around this time, hoping that we don't knock the goal out. Well, now we're only $20 away, so there's no inside of 50. We don't we put off the music until 10.
Now we just got to do a show for the rest of the 40 minutes or so.
I apologize to all of you who came in here late to see that part, but unfortunately, we've done very well today. Apparently, at least enough for Catrick to enjoy the program enough to throw us $100. All right, boys and girls, we are 20 away, though. If the rest of you want to chip in and knock out that last $20, very, very cool. And then we'll keep going here and do this fine little program that you've become so accustomed to. I think for clips today, we're going to do the Elisa Jordana thing. I think we'll do the, what's that YouTuber lady, Johnny, the Funky or whatever her name was. We'll get to that. We'll probably clip that one out. And then maybe the Joe Rogan, Bill Maher thing might be the 3 we clip out of today. I got a bunch of clips from Thursday I still haven't put up yet. It's probably too late to make fun of Strike Force 5, isn't it? The Jimmy Kimmel podcast. That's been done. Everybody's probably knocked that one out so far. Maybe Mitch McConnell. That one's kind of old too, isn't it? Him short-circuiting again. All right. Well, we got the drunk teacher story and the guy fucking a cow. Oh, that's gold for the grandkiddies. Both of those are solid. Thank you guys very much. Balls Deep gifting a membership to Patrick Pewterschmidt. And Mr. Me with $10 just says monies. Thank you very much. Hey, kids, we're only $10 away from knocking out today's goal minus the music. Thank you very much. Killer Beehive says, oh, okay, WATP just did an episode on Strike Force 5. Shit. No, Union Jack, I didn't mean talking about it on the show. I meant clips. I meant clipping out things from previous shows to put them on the channel. Sorry, buddy. Veltrain says, I recommend avoiding the myocarditis flavored chips. Who would have thought? I didn't even know that was a flavor. It does sound really spicy. It'll stop your heart just like that. Thank you guys very much. Like I said, $10 away from nailing this thing. Let's do that before we head out the door. Okay, on we go. School is back on, and parents are getting their kids all ready for school. They're tucking them. They're getting their backpack all packed away. They're getting them all dressed up nice and everything else, and making sure that they have everything on them. Their lunch, their folders, their markers, their pencils, their pens, their everything else. Well, apparently one parent in, this looks like Arizona, one parent in the Phoenix area decided to send their kid to school with something a little bit extra. Let's take a listen.
Savings.
Oh, come on now.
Known case is a gun in a guns showing up on school campuses. It keeps happening in the Valley. The latest known case is a gun in a preschooler's backpack. That was in Iowa too.
You know, I told those kids, Mom, I said that if they make fun of me anymore, I'm going to cap those motherfuckers, and they just kept tempting me. My name's Tony, Mom. It's not Tony Baloney. They didn't need to make fun of me so much. I said, who's meat now, bitch?
Our Christine Stanwood taking a closer look at how often this happens and listens to concerns from gun safety advocates.
Phoenix police continue to investigate a close call this week.
Baffling. It's absolutely baffling.
Monday, officers responded to the Kyrene de la Estrella Elementary School regarding a firearm found inside of a preschooler's backpack. Administrators say they quickly found the firearm and secured it before police got there.
All right, theory time. How does a handgun get in a 4-year-old's backpack?
I'm guessing you have parents that probably brandish firearms pretty regularly, so it feels like it's normal and you know where they're kept.
Question. Is the preschooler using a backpack that the parents sometimes use because the parents were too cheap to buy the preschooler their own backpack and somebody made a run with the gun in the backpack the day before school and just left the fucking thing in there? Oh, by the way, this preschooler also just ratted out his parents totally because I don't think any gun that is irresponsibly found in the backpack of a preschooler ends up being legally owned, shall we say.
Adding the weapon was placed inside the pack by an adult by mistake. And after the adult realized what happened, they contacted the school to self-report it.
Oh, that's because you were at home shitting your pants. You're like, all right, well, before I head out for the day, might as well grab my gun. Oh, my God. I can't find my gun. Well, honey, where was the last place you left it? The last place I left it was I took the backpack to go to the... Oh, my God. I got to call the school.
He checks the gun safe and the kid's lunch is in there. Shit, I always do this.
All right, look, excuse me, Estrella High School? Yeah. 2 things. 1, little Manny doesn't have lunch today, so we need to run that to him. Anything else? Yeah, one other thing. There's probably a gun in his backpack. Why is there a gun in the child's backpack? I was in a hurry and I grabbed the gun instead of the lunch and there's a turkey sandwich in my gun safe. I don't know how it got there. I'm sorry.
If you have a firearm in the home, you need to be responsible. You need to store it correctly, and you need to make sure that you are not accidentally placing it in kids' backpacks.
ABC 15.
Thanks, dork. Appreciate that.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. You know who already knew that? Everyone watching that segment currently. I guarantee there were 0 people hearing that guy's voice going, oh shit, really? Because I thought I could keep it in there, for safekeeping in one of the pouches they never use. Thank you.
Guys, you don't need to worry. He's fully trained. He understands how to pull the slide, operate the safety, and more importantly, never shoot in landscape mode.
Hey, we need to talk about your paper you did here. It's I before E except after C. Kid taps the handgun on the table. Yeah, but is it always I before E? No. There are certainly exceptions to the rule. I'm sorry. I think it's time for me to go to recess now. Yes, absolutely. You go to recess for sure.
Digging. As of August this year, there have been at least 3 known guns on Valley campuses. At the end of the last school year, at least 18 known incidents of guns brought to Arizona schools, compared to...
Hasn't school only been on for like a week down there? Like in the South, I know they start a little earlier, but hasn't it only been a week or 2 and you've already had 3 guns show up at schools? Wow. Guys, let's get a fucking handle on this, huh?
For
like
the year
you guys
prior.
completely skip knives.
Yeah, no knives, nothing.
And 6 in 2018-2019, which was the last pre-pandemic school year. Gun safety advocates are demanding better.
Safe storage laws, how many times have we seen just since school started a few weeks ago?
Yeah, you know what we need to do? Here's what we need to do. We need to pass more laws on how to properly store guns, because you know who's really going to follow those laws? The parent's dumb enough to put the gun in the kid's backpack. I love how this asshole acts like the parent went, oh, it would be a really good idea to keep the gun in here. Let's go ahead and put it. There you go, Junior. Go off to school. Have a good time. There's not a law that's going to stop a person from being a stupid asshole. This wasn't left in there because the parent thought it would, oh, shucks, be such a great idea and there's no law against it. I'm sure there's a law against putting a gun in a preschooler's backpack. Oh, but you know what? If we make another law, I bet you that'll really make them take it seriously. They didn't do this because they wanted to break the law. They did it because they're dumb. You can't legislate that out of existence.
Plus, you put this law where they have to be, appropriately stored in the home with some sort of safe or whatever. How do you know who's following it without just literally having some sort of authoritarian regime just going into every house that's a registered gun owner, be like, well, we've got to make sure everything here is stored properly.
Yeah, I mean, what? You could maybe charge the parents with something more if you pass that law, but again, it's not going to stop these assholes from fucking up.
He's taking guns.
You know, there's a saying, sometimes you can't save people from themselves. Anyone who puts a gun in a preschooler's backpack, there's no law that's going to help that level of dumb.
The schools that they get from their parents. No matter what your opinion is on gun safety laws, thinking that a child could pull out their backpack and pull out a gun, this could have ended catastrophically, and we're really fortunate that
relax. That preschooler can't even lift that hand cannon. Are you kidding me? Worst thing is a teacher gets a couple of toes shot off. That was the only thing that was going to happen that day.
Little fucker can't hit the broadside of a barn. You're all safe so long as you don't move.
Exactly.
Phoenix police say at the conclusion of this investigation, detectives will determine if charges will be submitted to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office.
I hope
the family
so.
is cooperating with police.
We're very fortunate that it ended without anyone getting hurt today or this week, but it's not always going to be like that.
In Phoenix, Christine Stanwood, ABC 15, Arizona.
Yeah, I hope that they do recommend charge. You got to charge them with something, and there's at least got to be. I understand. Look, you can't lock them up. They've got a kid to raise and everything, and they called the school. They knew they fucked up, and they tried to make the best of it. But there's still got to be, you know, a little slap on the wrist, you know, a little fine or something like that for something that goddamn stupid.
I'm sure nobody will call for them to have their Second Amendment rights taken because they can't, use them responsibly.
Right. Right. Gizar tells us, store the kids in the safe and leave the guns out in the open. Yeah. Well, honestly, those parents would probably do that. 01 says, gun safes. Hold on, burglar. Let me get my home protection out of the safe. Yeah, that's kind of what you hear from gun owners a lot is like, oh, yeah, safe. Yeah, so if my house gets broken into, I'm just super fucked right away. That's real good. Boys and girls, we are only $10 away from knocking out today's goal. Thank you very much. Let's do a couple Rumble Rants and Super Chats and knock the rest of this out. $10 left. Thank you. Mad Comic says, I miss show and tell. So many missed opportunities. Ugh. If only. A man dropped a foul ball during an Astros game. It was hit down the line towards the left field line. He reached over the wall, tried to make the grab, didn't. And afterwards, the media, the people at ESPN caught up with the guy who dropped it, and he gave what's being called by some people one of the best sports fans interviews of all time. You guys knock out the rest of that $10 goal on Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble, whatever. Click the links, throw in a couple of bucks. And while you're doing that, let's fire this up.
So tell us about that play and how it developed.
So pretty much, I'm out here with my son. This is our first ever game. We just moved here to Houston literally in January, and I just wanted to make the moment special for him. As a father, I feel like it's my job to make sure that I give him the best moments. I apologize to the Astros.
I wish more people felt that way. Never mind.
As a father, I feel like it's my job to make sure that I give him the best moments. I apologize to the Astro organization. I didn't know it. Y'all gotta understand, when it's dropping down, it looked like it's coming directly to you. So I reached, and my body went for what I know. But we did have a wonderful moment.
And so if you've never been to a baseball game or sat in this part before, you're not supposed to reach over the stands and try to catch a foul ball, especially when there's an outfielder going to make a catch. That's interference. The batter gets called out. You lose an at bat, what have you. So he's apologizing to the Astros.
Okay, so you reach out, and what was the reaction that you heard right after the play was over?
The reaction was shock, disgust, happiness, sweat, a little bit of lust, baby. You feel me? I was in there.
A little bit. Shock, happiness, disgust, and a little bit of lust.
So you were having everything all at once.
He was getting horny and happy and sad. And, sir, no offense, that sounds like a touch of bipolar disorder. You're out of control, horny. You're not feeling very good. You're feeling disgusted. All these things at the same time.
Random balls.
Yeah, grabbing at balls just without knowing.
Now I'm feeling kind of hurt, but my fingers still shaking a little bit. The ball way heavier with the gravity. I'm not gonna lie to you. Charlie Ray, we're gonna be on TV, baby.
Oh, sometimes that was Oz as my co-host. Just kidding, buddy. I'm only teasing Bud. I love Oz.
So tell me, it looked like that you went away for a bit and then you came back. How'd you talk your way back?
So, truthfully, Houston loves me and I love Houston.
Apparently, Houston knows this guy and he's loved and
was forgiven.
Yeah, we're always forgiven by Houston.
And they cannot stop me from supporting the asteroids. So what happened was
The what?
The asteroids?
The astro. One more time, sir. Big baseball fan, you.
And I love Houston, and they cannot stop me from supporting the asteroids. So
when did they change their name to the Houston Asteroids?
Does he not know which team?
I don't think he knows what game he's at.
what happened was I almost had.
And he's wearing a Kansas City Royals hat.
Yeah, this is a really weird message.
There's a game between the Houston Asteroids and the New York Yankees, and this motherfucker's wearing a Kansas City Royals hat. That's fantastic.
Give them bop real quick on them, but they wasn't listening, so I showed some love, and they let me come back. They really were just trying to make sure that I wasn't hurt and that making sure that we didn't go off the rails. So salute to the whole organization, great staff. They made sure that I was healthy and I was enjoying the game. They wasn't even making it serious.
Did he just say he was going to shoot the stadium up?
Yeah.
You just go, I was going to,
Happened was, I almost had to give them bop real quick on them, but they wasn't listening, so I showed some love, and they let me come back. They really were just trying to make sure that I wasn't hurt.
Sir, no offense. Don't take this the wrong way. All due respect to you and your son and your beautiful family. You sound like a fucking idiot. I mean,
at least.
Not the Bee had this prepped up. They had this, the whole headline was, guy gives one of the greatest sports interviews of all time. I listened to it and I'm like, this guy sounds like a horse's ass. He wants to support the asteroids.
They really love the dad supporting his son moment.
That's maybe what it was, yeah. Kyle says, check his kid's backpack. I'm sure it's fine. They would have picked that up at the stadium. Freedom's Lunch says he is brilliant. You just jelly. NF Caps. Wow, they're still coming after me on the AZ thing. By the way, I'm not going to watch the guy. I'm not going to watch some British guy yell about pronouns for hours and hours. I can do that by watching Fox News. NF Cap says also AZ has lost like 70 pounds in the last year. In seriousness, this is part of the problem with mocking the fats you don't know. Oh, Nick Rekieta is really going to enjoy making fun of you on this. I mean, what did I do other than we watched a guy go insane and went, dude, back it off a little bit.
It seems a little bit much.
It just,
especially since you're going right back into the game anyway.
I love how I'm the normal one. And then the people in the chat go, oh, I can't wait till you get made fun of for being the normal one on this. I'm like, no, guys. The one who's not screaming about the video game asking for my pronouns and then playing that same video game, I'm the normal guy in this equation. The guy who goes, oh, that game asks you about your pronouns? That sounds fucking dumb. Well, I'm not going to play that. It saved hours and hours of my life. That's nice. I'm the normal guy. That's just throwing that out there. Just before you get your claws out, I'm not the crazy person. Hassan Piker is. Oh, somebody sent this story to us this morning, but I already had it ready in the prep sheets. I fucking despise gender reveal parties. I hate them. They're awful. And anytime something bad happens at a gender reveal party, there's a part of me, no matter how many people get hurt, that smiles a very big smile. Because just, look, text your parents the baby. Or, look, have them over for dinner. I don't care. But just have your baby. Tell everybody what the gender is. You don't need to throw the really big party. And then and then all these people have to take up. Some of these people have the nerve to throw them on a Sunday, your last day off for the weekend. You don't need to throw a big party on a Sunday and drag people out and force them to give you gifts out of guilt and then go, oh, I've got a box. Is the box full of pink dust or blue dust? That's going to tell you what the gender is of my baby. And it's like, look, this could have been a text. This could have been a phone call. This could have been, honestly, a Facebook post. We would have been fine.
Presumptuous. We're assuming this kid's going to make it to term. You never know what could happen.
Yeah, right. You have no idea. What if I come and celebrate your gender reveal and then the baby dies? Curly Adam with $5 says, is there a surprise appearance of Oz? Just curious. No. But thank you for the $5. We're only $5 away from today's goal. Who's going to be the last one to throw in a couple of bucks and knock the rest of this thing out? Thank you guys very much. Feel free to go ahead and finish it off for today. We do thank you. So here's a gender reveal party in Sinaloa, Mexico. Now, I would think a gender reveal in Sinaloa, Mexico would end with like a cartel shooting.
Yeah, it's just it's a little dangerous.
I mean, that kind of seems the way it would end there. Instead, they decided they were going to get an airplane. And the airplane was going to do the gender reveal and tell you whether or not the kid was a boy or a girl. Let's see how it ended. Let's see how this great, wonderful, oh so cutesy, lovely piece of parenting greatness wrapped up.
God literally didn't even wait. He just
So they let out the pink dust. Oh my God, it's a girl. And then as he's pulling up, the planes literally just fold in and the plane fucking crashes into the ground. Gender reveals are a good idea, right? Nope. Sorry. Oh, and how about this? How about if you're filming that, you get a fucking shot of that plane going down, or you surrender your phone to the authorities.
He or she got kind of a shot of the plane going down. We saw it tumbling over the trees, and once we were good and known we weren't going to get hit, we went right back. Oh, look, they fired a confetti cannon.
That's the worst part. This poor pilot is crashing to his death, and you're like, all right, we got to get back to see how their reaction is to the baby dying. We'll check on him later. Here we go. Oh, fun. How lovely. Oh, shit.
I believe they found diarrhea in that plane after that.
That's the second plane this week that's had a diarrhea problem. Don't worry, one of them was post-mortem. Yeah, but by the way, the pilot, that guy died. So while you guys are laughing and having a good time, just letting you know, you're laughing at the death of another human being. I can do it because I already knew, and it's still funny to me because I hate gender reveals that much. But yeah, the pilot did not survive.
Like I said, God punished him immediately for participating in this bullshit.
Right. You were a part of this. You reap what you sow. Well, what was I supposed to do? My friends asked me to do a plane thing at their gender reveal. You do what the rest of us do, and you say no. That's
gay.
Look at that. Oof. That is a rough way to come down. That's for sure. Well, rest in peace. How about that? Your last flight ever. You have to die doing a gender reveal. Oh, God. What's this one? Oh, I can't. I might want
that out of South Africa, apparently.
I want to mute this one. What is this gender reveal now? What happens with it? They're just standing in a field.
Is a well going to open up and their daughter comes out of it? What's going on?
Is it a sinkhole? Like, what's the... Why are we just stand? Oh, there's a play. Oh, okay. And then they spray the pink shit as they nearly take your fucking head off. What the shit? Again, why can't you just shoot a text? Why can't you just send us an email? Something.
Jump up. The plane noise startled her. I was making it close.
Freedom's Lunch with $5 says AZ was right, but even if you're wrong, Johnny can eat a fentanyl taco, though, in Minecraft, of course. Johnny, do me a favor. Don't eat the fentanyl tacos in Minecraft.
Nah, I could give a shit.
It's a bad idea. Thank you very much to Freedom's Lunch. That's going to do it for our goal today. We knocked it out. Thank you guys very, very much. We appreciate all that support on our first day back from Labor Day weekend. Very much appreciated. Anything that comes in after that, we go over. You want to hear an inspiring story of a single 29-year-old woman?
Yes. Those exist?
That is the correct answer. This 29-year-old woman wants to tell you how awesome it is to be single at 29 and not be married or have any kids or anything like that. And she's going to tell you, hey, this is how I spend my day. This is what I find inspiration in. And I'm going to tell you right now, in no way is this woman really, really sad. Let's check it out.
It's 10:45 a.m. on a Saturday. I am 29 and single, and I don't have kids yet. Here's what your Saturday morning looks like when you're single at 29 and you don't have a kid running around the house.
Let me stop her right there. I'm going to tell you what that is. That is a telltale projection.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, making this video is a telltale projection. People who are 29 and have kids don't really feel the need to go, this is what happens when you're 29 and have kids. Look at me, look at me. They're too busy being exhausted from being 29 and having kids. But if you're 29 and you don't have kids and your life really does rule and it's awesome, you don't need to make a TikTok about it because you're too busy living your super awesome, totally chose to be single and not have kids life. When you're making the TikTok and you're going, I don't have any little nose goober booger goblins around my house running around. Look at how happy I am. It's so quiet in there. I can hear the air whoosh of where you live. This is
I haven't seen the rest of this, but so far she does not seem happy.
No.
It seems, oh, this is where my life is. And she just seems like matter-of-factly like she's stating it.
Well, so far, she's not selling me on the happiness thing, but let's see.
I didn't rise from my bed until 10:15. Every time I thought, I should probably get up and do something. I thought, why? Nobody's making me. I'm not missing out on anything. I went to...
I mean, some people would consider staying in bed until 10:15 a sign of clinical depression, but hey, you do you. You're an independent woman. Continue on.
Fiance last night, and I didn't get home until 1 a.m. And I danced and drank my little heart out, and I didn't pay a babysitter to watch my kids as I did that. And I woke up a tad hungover this morning, which is probably why I was in bed for so long. And I was just scrolling on my phone, and I saw a picture of shakshuka, and I thought, you know what sounds really good? Maybe I'm gonna learn how to make shakshuka today.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, that is far more fulfilling than having children and a family and people to care about you. I mean, you could learn how to make shakshuka. You know how I make shakshuka, Johnny?
Yeah. She learned to make shakshuka.
You know how I learned to make shakshuka?
No.
I just grab Shaq by the cheek and I go, shuka, 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 shuka. That's how you make shakshuka.
And then he makes you dead.
And then he buries you in the fucking ground with a hammer fist. So, okay. So far, this woman's trying to say, look, 29 and single with no kids is fucking cool. I got shit hammered, and then I'm going to learn how to make shakshuka. All right, you got me. You're definitely winning this argument that none of us were having with you. Continue on.
Because I have no plans, and I don't have kids, and I don't have a husband, and I don't have errands to run. I can go to the grocery store and learn how to make shakshuka. So that's all.
I don't think that's as cool as you think it is.
I don't have friends or family or anyone around me, but when I go to a grocery store, I can learn to make food.
Yes. I mean, this is kind of reminds me of when they asked Steve Carell what he did this weekend in the 40-Year-Old Virgin. And he tells them how he made an egg salad sandwich. And then by the time it was done, he didn't even feel like eating it. Sounds awesome.
Store and learn how to make shakshuka. So that's on my agenda today. Also on my agenda, probably a rewatch of some Real Housewives of New York. I'm also doing a rewatch of Normal People on Hulu, which is...
Haha! Eat it, breeders!
Oh my God.
Oh, shit. And you know, again, nobody is telling this single 29-year-old that you have to have children or that you'll be better off with children or that you'll be happier with children. I mean, you probably would be. Your life sounds like shit. But like none of us were making that argument or picking that fight with you. You probably heard it from your mom, or you've probably been listening to a lot of your friends who can't go to Beyonce or make shakshuka with you because they have to take care of their children. And now you've let that manifest in your head into a really ugly, hideous envy thing that you have. So now you have to make this video showing them that, I'm not jealous. You're jealous. Let's continue on. A shakshuka, Normal People, Beyonce. Boy, she really likes shitty television too. I can see why you're single. Nobody wants to hang out with you. You're remarkably boring.
And no one should tell her that people with kids can do all this stuff.
Yeah.
I can learn to make shakshuka.
Yeah, people who are married and have children can learn to make shakshuka. She's like, I didn't have to pay a babysitter. You know how cheap a babysitter is if you want to go out and get fucked up? It's not that bad. Not only that, rewatching Normal People on Hulu and rewatching Real Housewives, not the blast that you think it is. But
plus, you get one of the good babysitters, you might get to F it.
Right.
A rewatch of Normal People on Hulu, which is really spicy and I highly recommend. Weirdly, I'm into this documentary on Netflix about blue zone countries, so I've got a pretty stacked day. Anyway,
Dude, is it now? I'm starting to agree with you that maybe this is a parody. That maybe she's trying to say that she's actually miserable. Because I have bad news. That's not a stacked day.
Sad town population, this lady.
Yeah. I mean, making shakshuka and watching a shitload of Hulu is not exactly what I'd call a stacked day. That sounds like killing time.
I feel like you're not telling us how you're doing all of this so you can ignore the voice in your head that is your ovaries going, we're dying and we need a job.
It's all over soon.
I say all this to say, whenever I'm hard on myself about why I'm not married and I don't have kids and
Oh, see, I knew it. I was like, where is this coming from? None of us are telling you that you're an evil person. It's coming from inside her own head. Whenever I'm hard on myself about why I'm not married and I don't have kids, I sit on TikTok and have an argument with my conscience about, kids drool and my life rules and then I'm going to broadcast for that for everyone on my phone. I'm going to take my psychosis, I'm going to take my inner argument I'm having with myself, and I'm going to broadcast it to the world, which ironically will guarantee that I stay single for the foreseeable future.
Ma'am, this is your uterus calling. Could you just open your legs and take a load for sweet Jesus? It's a barren field down here.
I mean, look, we'd prefer white if you could, but we're not even picky at this point.
I'm hard on myself about why I'm not married and I don't have kids and I should be further along at 29, almost 30. I wouldn't want to do anything else this Saturday. And I know that you can do all these things when you have kids and you're married.
Okay. So is this...
Why?
Is this video just called negating my own argument? Continue.
And I understand, but the effortlessness and ease of my life, just kind of focusing on myself and the shakshuka I want to make or the Beyonce concert I want to go to really pays off when I'm hard on myself for not being where society tells me I should be in life.
Society doesn't give a shit what you do. That's not society. That's your biology making you feel shitty. Because I'm sorry, as much as we try to run away from this, the reason guys fuck so much and fuck around so much is because there's a biological imperative to spread the seed that we have to fight or just get fat so nobody wants it. With this woman, it's not society telling you that you should be married and have a baby. It's your biology. Your brain is making you feel guilty about it, not because of social pressure or manipulation. Your brain is telling you that because that's what it wants to do. It wants to propagate the species. It wants to continue forward. It wants to replicate and grow.
But she wants to just, watch Real Housewives and get fucked up.
Exactly. No, the problem is she wants to have a kid, but she can't right now. So she's got to convince herself that this is what she wants to do. It's kind of like if you aren't invited to a party and then you sit home and you do something really sad while all your friends are at the party, but then you convince yourself that you totally want to be doing this and that the party's probably gay.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she's doing, except with her ovaries.
Yeah, but the worst part is if she's one of those people that really lives the lie, if you will, someone will meet her thinking, oh, this is someone who's not interested in having kids, not necessarily interested in settling down, just likes living life and pursuing themselves. I love this. And then as soon as they start dating that person, those needs then take hold. And now it's, well, I know I said I didn't want to have kids, but with you, it would be different. I'd like to have a kid with you. It's like, no, this is something you've always wanted. You just never wanted to admit it to yourself.
Right, exactly. She looks like depression, says Paul Polito. Union Jack says she wants a kid so bad right now. Dead Jester saying rough 29. Who needs kids when you have cats? Am I right? Says Owl B. Joshing. Derek Fitzpatrick says if she was happy, she would be out making her parents' friends jealous as fuck. She would be out making her parent friends jealous as fuck. Hobo Chili says, I have friends that don't have kids, but they're not insufferable about it. Exactly. People who are happy not having kids are busy doing shit that not having kids lets you do. Too busy to make a TikTok video talking about how super, super duper awesome their life is. Veldrain says, we have to wait 31 years for her next video. 60 years old and living with 100 cats. They've eaten one of her eyeballs. It's just all going bad.
I regret nothing.
Hobo Chili says, first of all, if you're not waking up early every morning to get after it, go meet the boatman. Alrarick says, hey, I sleep in until 10:15 and my depression is only self-diagnosed. There you go. She lays in bed while Enya Only Time plays quietly in the background, says Papa Dan. Freedom Lunch says, shaming people for either choosing parenting or not is totally cringe. Right, like doing a thing where you do a TikTok, you're like, yeah, parents, you guys have to get a babysitter when you do your shit. It's like, yeah, you know what else we don't do? Turn on our phones and rant to everyone about how we're totally not going to kill ourselves.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're all right. SH says, Aaron, I hate you now. The Shaq joke crossed a line. Patrick Peterschmidt says, Shakshuka, your name is Toby. No, that's
Jesus.
It's a different name. Somebody says, I bet your parents are proud. Then again, this is probably the woman you don't want to have kids. She does seem like a rather self-absorbed twat, doesn't she? Mr. Approachable says, Aaron, I have something for you for that Shaq joke. Are you ready? Here it is. Boo. Silverwolf says, Jesus, these are my dating options. I think I'm going to die alone. Hey, that's not up to you. It's up to the Lord. Paul Polito, I'm boring. She's insufferable. P.A. Cheddar becoming a member for his 5th month says some people love the sound of their own voice. Hey, wait a minute. That's...
Who are you talking about exactly?
Believe that would be us that he's talking about. Hey, speaking of which, Johnny will be live at 2 p.m. Central Time today for Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. And April and I will be back at 7 p.m. tonight for the evening show. Speaking of people who love to hear the sound of their own voice.
There you go.
Great plug to end the program. Johnny, tell people where they can find you in every platform, even though we just did. Repeat it so they really know.
Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. We go live at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time.
All right. And guys, thank you very much. We appreciate all the contributions. Sorry. I just put something in the Rumble chat that I shouldn't have. Thank you for knocking out today's goal. We really do appreciate it. Great start to the week. Johnny's going to be back on the show on Friday. We're going to let Johnny have a Rumble Friday this week. He hasn't had one before. So we want to let him do it. Well, I mean, other than when we've been suspended. So Johnny, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And to the rest of you, thank you. A lot of people saying today's show went by very quickly. I'm glad you liked it. Subscribe, like, follow, become a member, and thank you.